Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Audrey Sellian, and as a friend and colleague of the Innovate for Water team, I'm pleased to welcome you here this morning for a day full of exciting conversations about the Geneva, the Swiss ecosystems, and about the sanitation economy. And really what strikes me about the conversations today is that this is about a holistic approach, an inclusive approach to all issues pertaining to water and the global water economy. And with that, I'd like to just present myself as kind of the master of ceremonies for the day we're going to have together. We'll have a series of 5 very exciting sessions, a number of breaks through the course of the day, a little bit of housekeeping. We'll have some guidance on, coffee breaks and transitions between sessions. We're going to keep this in a very timely manner, exactly to the clock. So we'll hopefully make everybody happy that way, and keep things efficient. I'd like to remind you all that there is a marketplace area in another room next to the coffee stand. So at a certain point in time later through the morning, you'll have a chance to go and spend some time there. I would urge you to explore that. And with that, I would like to also remind you that, and I'll remind you several times through the day, there will be an opportunity to provide feedback on the proceedings of the day with an email survey, which shouldn't take you more than 2 to 3 minutes to complete. And that will be shared with you after the sessions of the day. So with that, it's my immense pleasure to introduce Karine Galanda, and who will be speaking from the perspectives of SECO. And thank you very much, Karine.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to introduce the Swiss Economic Cooperation Agency, which is part of the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. Switzerland has 2 main cooperation agencies. SDC, which you see here in the light blue square, it's the largest cooperation agency. It's part of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and SECO. Both have activities in the water sector. But SDC has projects on transboundary and integrated water resources management, WASH programming, or rural water supply. And at SECO, we refocus on improvements to urban infrastructure. We have been contributing approximately 365 million Swiss francs since 2013 across 55 projects in 13 partner countries. And our partner or priority countries are highlighted here in red. They are all middle-income countries that contribute to economic growth in the region. And they are also important with regards to the Swiss foreign economic policy. Our approach in the water sector focuses on the soft components in infrastructure projects. And we have 4 pillars, which you see here around the target. The first one is to work on frame conditions. So we seek to improve the regulatory framework to create an enabling environment for the delivery of water and wastewater services. And for this, we partner with governments at different levels, from municipal to national level. Our second pillar is corporate development or institutional strengthening. And this is at the utility level, seeking to work to improve operational and financial performance. Our third pillar is skills development. And in that pillar, we may partner with universities of applied sciences, polytechnics, to develop new curricula and on-the-job training modules so that we have a qualified workforce to operate the water and wastewater infrastructure. Our last pillar is funds and project preparation, and this refers to the identification, planning, and sometimes direct funding of infrastructure improvements in the water sector. All of this is intended to enable delivery of accessible and reliable water and wastewater services. And we have 4 transversal themes, which I'll not go into details into, but we consider those across all our projects: digitalization, climate, gender, and Swissness. I wanted to say a word about the performance-based principle. It's a relatively new approach that we've been applying in our water projects in recent years. And this is an approach where the access to funding is conditioned by meeting preset conditions or preset performance targets. The way we do this is to conduct a baseline assessment or initial evaluation to understand the performance of our partners. We then define performance targets with them, and those may be set at the utility level, like a reduction in non-revenue water, for example, or at the sector level. And we are starting this by setting as a target the number of utilities that have reached a certification, for example. And when the performance targets are reached, funding is released. This funding may be SECO funding, or we may work as a catalyzer to enable access to larger loans by some of our partners like development banks. With this approach, we have found that the results are achieved faster and often at a lower cost. Just a word about our partners. We work with a range of stakeholders. Governments and the public sector are usually the primary beneficiaries of SECO projects. We also partner with academia, as I mentioned, for skills development and to bring on a specific expertise. Many of our projects are co-financed with development banks. And we seek to engage as much as possible with the private sector. A few points that may be of interest to you. All of our public calls for tender are published on the Swiss platform, cmap.ch. We have a consultants database. So if you feel you have a specific expertise or technical solution we should know about, please get in touch and we can add you. We sometimes reach out directly to consultants for smaller mandates, one-off assessments, or studies. And lastly, I wanted to point out that we are organizing an outreach event in Bern on 7th of April. This will be an afternoon event, approximately 2 hours, where we will discuss in more detail what SECO does in the water sector, with whom we work, and how you may access some of the opportunities to work with us. So please do not hesitate to get in touch. I will also be in the marketplace with a few brochures and more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karine. And next we'll be hearing from a good friend and colleague who is one of the co-founders of the Impact Hub Geneva, Santu Botias. And Santu is somebody who, over the last 10 years, as I've known her, has been with her team committed to ecosystem building and bringing people together in every way in Geneva and beyond, and in particular looking at how to extend funding and partnerships and access to entrepreneurs in emerging markets. Santu, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So for you who were here yesterday, you've seen there's been some amazing solutions that were presented. And many of these solutions which are in need of funding in order to really reach scale and their potential. We also know that overall, the private impact investment market is estimated worth about $33 billion worldwide, of which about a third is going through Geneva. So there is a major potential of the Geneva ecosystem, and yet there is a gap between this amount of funding and these middle-size funding some of these middle-sized, smaller-sized projects. So our quest here this morning is to really explore what are some of the opportunities that exist in our ecosystem to bring these solutions to scale. How can we channel more financing towards the SDGs in the developing world? And how can the Geneva ecosystem be a catalyzer for bringing the SDGs, the SDG agenda forward. So with that said, we would like to introduce Morgane Loisel, who has conducted a very interesting study looking at the Geneva ecosystem and its opportunities and challenges for funding the SDGs. And she will frame this session with giving the specific details and lessons learned from what we can harness from Geneva. So welcome, Loisel.
Thanks a lot, Santu, for the introduction. I go to my slide. Okay, it's coming. So as Santu was saying, so the goal would be today to share with you the findings of a research work we did for 2 of our clients, and where we also highlight really the role that the Geneva ecosystem could play in financing the SDGs. And I dig in quickly in the topic, and I would like to start by highlighting what makes the Geneva ecosystem so special. So why is everybody saying that there is an opportunity in the Geneva ecosystem financing the SDGs? And I think the opportunities lie really in the unique mix of actors which are present in Geneva. So as you know, Geneva is the place where the finance world meets the development world. And what we have noticed over the past year is that there is really a growing motivation of these actors to collaborate. So if all the ingredients are gathered in Geneva, why don't we see more solutions for financing the SDGs initiated here? And in the coming minutes, I would like to share with you the main 3 challenges that we have heard during the interviews we conducted during our work, and also highlight 3 recommendations to hopefully address those challenges. So the first challenge is that the motivation of the actors based in Geneva to collaborate differ. So if you look at the ecosystem, you have on one side what we call international Geneva actors, which are the development actors, and they are looking for diversified source of funding to achieve their development goals. On the other side, you have the private finance actors, and they are looking for attractive investable products, for certified impacts, and for guidance on finance for the SDGs. So you see 2 different types of actors willing to collaborate but entering with different motivation. The second challenge is that international Geneva is struggling to make its value proposition attractive to private finance. So they have a lot of expertise, a lot of know-how, but it's difficult from the outside to access it. They have also still really limited experience in working with the private sector, and they have little or even no funding to make the SDG more investable. The third challenge is that impact investing is still a niche. So today it's growing, but it still represents less than 1% of global assets under management. And also, if you look at the impact investors themselves, among themselves, only a really little part is ready to compromise on a return. So what can we do now to address these challenges? And I will propose 3 recommendations. This first one might seem easy, but I think we need really an organization which can connect these actors, so we need more events, and I insist on the regularity of these events. We really need to connect them, but also build the capacity of these actors, and that is a prerequisite if you want to see more multi-stakeholder collaboration in the future. The second recommendation is that international Geneva needs to make its value proposition more easy to understand for the private sector. So we have developed a framework where we state really what international Geneva has to contribute, be it expertise, funding, or network, and where it can contribute along the financing journey. Because if you contribute just at the beginning or at the end, the money is not really flowing where it should go. And it could look like that all the actors could fill a matrix with all their specific offerings, so that for the private finance, it's easier to understand what is in the collaboration. And the last recommendation, and it's something that we always heard as one of the main challenges for the private finance to engage in such collaboration, is the lack of funding. So we really encourage also international Geneva to make funding available. And that could take different forms. So it could be at the beginning of a collaboration to fund feasibility study to make that possible. Also during the collaboration by providing de-risking, funding, etc. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Morgane. We're going to move now into a bit more of a practical example of how an international organization is actually tackling some of these challenges with their investor maps in developing countries. So I would like to introduce you Eva Bortolotti from UNDP Geneva. Welcome.
Can you hear me with this? Yep. Okay, great. Ooh. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm here to represent the United Nations Development Programme, and in particular to present its work related to sustainable finance, which is developed and led by the Sustainable Finance Hub established back in 2019. So we are the UN development agency with a strong footprint in about 170 countries and territories. Our mission is to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality and exclusion, and build resilience. And our new strategic plan sees financing as one of the enablers of the Sustainable Development Goals. We see the challenge of financing as a systemic failure, not necessarily a financing gap. Only a small fraction of the over 370 trillion in global finance will suffice to fill the current SDG financing gap in developing countries, which accounts for about 4.2 trillion. What is needed instead is a systemic shift that puts at the center of decision-making impact on the society and on the environment. So UNDP has formulated tools, resources, and services to work with government and the private sector to align the financial system with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we want to bring the SDGs to the finance sector, as well as bringing finance to the SDGs. And we do so with the offer of UNDP on sustainable finance, which ranges from a broad range of instruments that you can see summarized on this wheel, from public finance instruments on the right, as budgeting, debt and fiscal instrument, to private finance instruments on the left, where we have, for example, impact metrics for private equity, bonds, and enterprises, as well as the SDG investment offer that we want to see today. And in particular, we'll deep dive in the offer to identify an SDG investment project pipeline. So UNDP provides integrated services to identify SDG investment opportunities in developing countries through a tool which is called the SDG Investor Maps. The maps are produced at country level by UNDP country offices, and currently we have 80 maps already completed and more than 20 ongoing. And I really invite you to visit them. They're available on the SDG Investor platform, where you can explore them online. So the maps are developed through a very standardized methodology, which identifies sectors, subsectors, as well as investment opportunity areas that are proven business models with both impact and economic potentials, as well as aligned with the national development priority of a given country. And for each of those investment opportunity areas, UNDP provides a number of data points which can be used to drive investor decision-making. And these ranges from, for example, on risk, return profile, expected developing outcome, enabling policy environment, and more. And to help investors one step further, and the search for investment opportunity, we also launch a selection process to identify specific growth stage impact ventures aligned with the SDG investor map of a given country. We do so by launching a call for nomination, inviting third parties from the impact finance ecosystem to nominate investors from their pipeline. Those can be, for example, impact funds, foundations, accelerators, and more. We did so in Colombia. The SDG Investor Map in Colombia, you can see the sectors here. We received over 90 nominations on ventures. We selected 7 aligned with the priority sectors of the investment map. And altogether, they serve over 28,000 beneficiaries and represent over 27 million investment opportunity. So I would like to conclude with a call to action. All the tools developed by UNDP are a public good. They're available online. They can be used by a wide range of stakeholders, ranging from investors, financial intermediaries, DFIs, and also academia and more. And we already collaborated. These are some examples. For example, in Colombia, we work with a financial institution, Bancolombia, as well as an impact fund, Alfamundi, which are using the maps to drive their investment decisions. In Ghana, we work with the Ground Up Project, which used the maps to identify a pipeline worth over 39 million. And also we work with partners like academia, EPFL in Lausanne, as well as corporates in the design and implementation of our programs. So if you recognize yourself in one of these entities, you want to collaborate, you see new opportunities, I really invite you to reach out. These are the contacts, and this is the UNDP investment offer. Thank you very much.
So next up, we will have another example. So with the Impact Hub, we represent over 100 entrepreneurial communities on the ground across the world, in developing countries, but also in Europe and North America. And as a co-founder of Impact Hub in Geneva, we realized since the beginning that there is really a unique potential in Geneva to make these connections between what we have, all the amazing resources that we have in Geneva, the UN, the financial sector, etc., with the entrepreneurs that are on the ground, that are doing and taking the risk and doing amazing work for the SDGs. So with that, we, a few years ago, and in partnership, and we co-initiated together with UNDP Geneva, an initiative where we have now worked in over 33 countries to bring these connections together. So with this said, I will introduce Ljubka, Ljubka Mitrinovska, who is the global co-founder and the global program manager of Accelerate 2030. Welcome.
Thank you, Santu. Oops. It's okay? Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming in so early to join our session. It's my pleasure to be here today and tell you more about the work we do with Accelerate 2030. So Accelerate 2030 is a global program that connects the Geneva ecosystem with all its expertise, networks, knowledge, and resources with entrepreneurs across developing and emerging markets who have business solutions for the Sustainable Development Goals. As Santu said, we co-initiated the program with the UNDP in Geneva in 2016 with a strong belief that entrepreneurs have a key role to play in accelerating the Agenda 2030, and that with the right connections, and especially with connecting them with the finance and development community in Geneva, we can reach together impact at scale. Over the past 5 years, Accelerate 2030 has grown into a truly global program. We have been present in 32 countries, supported nearly 500 entrepreneurs, and engaged with more than 200 partners internationally. Our approach is SDG agnostic, so we select and support entrepreneurs tackling different SDGs. The wheel here represents a little bit the proportion of the entrepreneurs and the SDGs they tackle in our program. But in some cases, based on local needs, based on partnership relationships, we also run dedicated teams. For example, we ran a water team with the waterpreneurs in Nigeria a couple of years ago. We ran a thematic on circular economy this year across 5 countries, and we're looking and also we've done some dedicated work on health with our partners from Pfizer. So in terms of our unique positioning or what we bring to the market, because we're aware that there are multiple programs, there are multiple support infrastructures for entrepreneurs, our unique positioning lies into really laser focus on entrepreneurship for the SDGs. This is our niche. Then we are, through the Impact Hub network, have access to more than 100 entrepreneurial communities, as Santu mentioned. These are locally embedded communities of entrepreneurs that know the local needs and have the right solutions for those, while being globally connected, globally coordinated, and with a strong foothold in Geneva. We do take an ecosystems approach. For us, it's important to have a deep knowledge of the local ecosystems where we are present. We run national scale-ready programs there, and we connect with partners across sectors to make the change needed. Connected to that, we've been developing expertise in circular economy in Switzerland, and we've been scaling this knowledge and adapting it locally through the program. In our model of sustainable scaling and the way we work with entrepreneurs is that we start with the individual at the center. So we work with the entrepreneurs and helping them scale as leaders as a first, before looking into their scaling strategy, and also helping them strengthen their impact measurement systems and align them as much as possible to the SDGs. And of course, we work on access to finance and access to markets. The way we do this work is in collaboration with different partners, including development agencies, corporates, foundations, who also invest in the program. And in some cases, entrepreneurs contribute for some of the services they get, or they make a pay-forward contribution for the next cohorts. And we make sure that we are present at the major forums and have the entrepreneurs' voices represented, including the Building Bridges Week, the Global Goals Week. We've been at the UN General Assembly in New York. And making sure that we're present where the message is needed to be heard. When talking about our impact, we're looking at the progress made by the entrepreneurs. This is the last global cohort. We saw a rise of almost 200% in end users, 40% in employment, 16 new markets reached, and more than 6 million raised. And this was in a year of a pandemic. So a group of entrepreneurs that were able to really respond and adapt. The program is coordinated by Impact Hub Geneva, but locally run together with partners, usually local impact hubs. We engage the UNDP country offices and many other local relevant partners. And we're strongly supported by advisory board and expert committees of leaders from the UN and the private sector. In terms of our partners' ecosystem, we engage with different partners who, some of them are interested to access innovation and strengthen their own innovation processes. Others, like development agencies, engage because together we strengthen the local capacities and we enhance knowledge around business and SDGs and scaling innovation. For consultancies and corporates, it's also a way to engage their employees in impactful projects. For investors, it's a way to access novel pipeline. So we've built this robust infrastructure. We've run the methodology multiple times. We're looking to widen and deepen our impact by engaging with partners who would be interested to advance a few topics with us. One of them is access to markets. We want to connect SDG challenges in certain markets with the solutions coming from the program. And we're piloting a soft landing program in Latin America at the end of this year. Access to finance is a really important piece for us, and this is the conversation that we're bringing into this forum. How can we channel more funding to these entrepreneurs? And you're about to hear from one of them after my presentation. And we definitely want to move forward the work on circular and regenerative economy because we find this is the pathway towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for your attention. We are here throughout the day, and we would be very happy to connect with you and discuss any opportunities for collaboration. Thank you.
Great. So now we have, let's see if the technicality is in place. We have a chance now to hear from Mauricio Schneider. Oh, there he is. Brilliant. So Mauricio is Chief Financial Officer, am I right, of Solubio. He is one of our Accelerate 2030 finalists that have joined us here in Geneva a couple years back and has seen the strength of our unique Geneva ecosystem and is currently raising up to 60 million green bond. So here we see a concrete example of what's actually possible when you engage with resourceful and amazing entrepreneurs on the ground. So Mauricio, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Greetings from Brazil. It's 5 a.m. here. So let's go. So basically, my name is Mauricio. I'm the co-founder of Solubio and now playing a role of CRO, actually. And we basically enable farmers to produce their own biopesticide on farm. And that's one of the biggest challenges when we talk about food production, is actually how to make agriculture affordable and sustainable. Because, you know, today farmers are hostages of chemical pesticide crop management system. So the more they use, the less it works. You need to increase doses. It's becoming quite expensive. Then you have contamination in the soil, in the water ground, and then the food that is coming to our table actually is contaminated. And that's why we created Solubil, which is basically an end-to-end solution where farmers can produce their own biopesticide on farm, and they can reduce their costs up to 70%, and also the usage of chemical pesticides up to 7% as well. And we are doing very well. We are covering more than 2 million hectares in Brazil. We must double this number this year. We have more than $50 million contracts signed with farmers, and we also must triple this number this year. Last year we have $15 million revenue with a 40% EBITDA. We have more than 250 clients and zero churn, and we have just launched our first biopesticide. There is zero emission. It's the first one in the world. We call ourselves as the Nespresso of agribusiness because we provide farmers with a machine, a capsule, and a technical assistance. Actually, Solubil lands laboratories and biofactories, and we really set up a small production plant on farm. Then we have a contract, a long-term take-or-pay contract with our clients, the farmers, and then we provide them with platform services and all the raw material, which is basically the technology itself, and also the cough pads. The way we bill clients, the way we make money is actually by the offering the capsules. So they pay the capsules they use. That's pretty much this. When we talk about managing pests and diseases, we are the only one who is really low cost. There's no contamination. We have the best operational efficiency, and also we have services and platforms attached to everything. We have a straight impact in the SDG number 2 because actually we increase yield, so we are producing more with less land. Also, we are generating a lot of jobs in agriculture, and we have the SDG number 3 as we are taking away more than 3.5 million liters of pesticides from the environment. We have an amazing team, more than 400 people. We have agronomists, bioengineers, biologists, and more than 15 PhDs taking care of the innovation of our company. And we have also a professional management team. We don't do anything alone. We believe in co-creation and partnerships. So we partner with the key R&D institutes and universities in Brazil. We have a lot of consultancies and also acceleration programs such as Endeavor and also the Accelerate 2030. And yeah, first time I came to Geneva, I was pitching, then people were, scratching their heads saying, is this work, they're going to succeed or not? And here we are. Last year we issued a 20 million green bond. Actually, we placed more than $40 million in funds last year. And we are opening a second round this year of $16 million green bonds to keep scaling up. And we have a lot of people and companies in our network that has the same opportunity. So are you willing to invest energy and money and connections and mentoring to this type of ventures coming from the developing countries? So if you're willing to talk to me, if you're interested in this 16 million green bond, talk to me and we can share ideas more than happy. Here is my contact, Mauricio at solubil.agr.br. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mauricio. So with this, we would like to continue the conversation in the format of bringing some more people on board on a panel, really with the core conversation. What is the potential of the Geneva ecosystem in channeling more funding for these entrepreneurs on the ground that are doing the work and taking the risk for the SDGs? So with that, I'd like to welcome, we're joined by Sarah Bell from UNDP Geneva has done some amazing work in the last few years of gathering the investing community around this topic. So Sarabelle, please join us on stage. We're going to move the chairs. Let's put the chairs a little bit in the middle here. Yes, perfect. We'll also be joined by Kaylee Taylor, also one of these amazing ecosystem builders, done a great work to bring the ecosystem together, to ask the tough questions on how can we channel more funding on the SDGs. So Kaylee Taylor is working for the, well, I think you all know her, working for the Sustainable Finance Geneva. And yeah, thank you very much for coming here. And do we have Cedric Lombard in the, yes, perfect. So Cedric Lombard is working with impact finance. He's one of the pioneers in the area and is actually working on doing direct investments for the entrepreneurs on the ground. So welcome, Cedric. And last but not least, we have Morgan that we heard already, and she will also join the panel to explore some of these opportunities further. Okay, does this work? Yes, perfect. So, we recently had the Building Bridges event, or week. It's more than an event. It's over almost like 77 events, bringing the ecosystem together. And where we heard a lot about the different opportunities, challenges, how we should mitigate risk, how we should have better frameworks, etc. I would like to ask you, Kaylee, is there something in this risk averseness that makes us foresee some of the real opportunities that are on the ground? And yeah, what do you see are the opportunities? And what do you think is some like homework for all of us coming up for the next Building Bridges?
Sure. So I don't know how public this is, although it will be very soon. The next Building Bridges is going to be October 3rd to 6th, so it's coming up pretty quickly. The call for events will launch in mid-March, so if you're interested in bringing a conversation forward, you absolutely can. In terms of, I mean, to me, the opportunities are quite endless, but also the risks are very high. Many of you probably saw that this week the IPCC launched its new report, and the message was very clear. We have a window, but the window is closing quickly, and we must act. So for me, I think that the opportunities are large, but the impetus for action is even larger. What we're definitely seeing at Building Bridges is that the communities are still speaking different languages, but there's a lot more willingness to come together, and that's the first thing we need. So that's great. But for me, what's so important is that all of these actors come to the table recognizing what it is that they can bring. And I mean, we all live in a capitalistic society. I think most of us here are engaged in finance, so to a degree, we believe in the role of capital, but markets are not acts of God. Markets are acts of policy. And this is where governments and the work UNDP is doing with governments or other UN entities are so crucial. For me, it's about businesses creating businesses that pay all their costs on society and have a positive impact. And so I think the work we still have to do is ensuring that we do find those funding models, but we also match that with what the other actors in society can do. We have strong policy frameworks and governance. We have an active civil society community that is holding everyone accountable. And then, of course, with the finance industry, that we make those models available and that they are also innovative and meet the needs of these very interesting businesses that already exist. And we can get into some of the models that are missing, but for me, that's really what Building Bridges is about and where the work needs to be done.
Thank you. So, does this work? Yes? Yeah, perfect. Sarah, I mean, UNDP works across the world, and you do work with some concrete initiatives, but also with policy. There is yeah, like what I wanted to build what Kaylee was talking about. I want to see, like, what do you see, what is urgent currently in your work, and where do you feel that you have a role to kind of turn the needle and step up your game in the policy work and supporting this access to finance to the entrepreneurs?
Thank you very much. I think, just to follow up on what Kelly says, I think we need to continue beating the drum that it's about opportunities. Yeah. And it's not about a financing gap, because we're not running out of money. Money is out there. So it's really the issue, the first thing for me, and by the way, we studied all that work 6 years ago, the three of us, talking about advocacy, convincing the different players to work together. So we just need to continue. That's the first thing. We need to highlight the fact that there are indeed opportunities. So a couple of years ago, there was a report that stated that the investing in the SDG, or let's say the market represented by the SDG, were worth something like 12 trillion. So like huge opportunities. I'm pretty sure that market has grown in the last 5 years. So it's not about a financing gap. It's more about a market failure. So how do we fix that? And there are different approaches that obviously UNDP is approaching with partners like government, like Impact Hub. So the first thing is definitely market intelligence, having more insight on the different markets where investing is going to really move the needle and make a difference. So Eva has already mentioned the SDG Investor Maps. We've got about 20 maps that are available. What we realize is that, beyond what we consider as market intelligence, like, the pipeline, what we realize is that there are two things. One, we really need to bring, again, it's advocacy. We really need to bring successful example so that we really convince the entire community to go along that road. But we really need also to identify within the different local ecosystem, I would say, the players who are the game changers. And they're often more at an intermediary level, and they can really connect the different players and convince the investors. So that's typically the work that we're doing beyond the pipeline within those investor maps. I think we also need, and that's what UNDP is doing through an entire work on standards, and obviously we're not the only one. We need to work on the integrity of what the SDG mean, so that we can really prove, basically, that the quality of the investment, that's going to be really like the long-term vision. That's going to trigger investment on the long run, because there will be accountability. And then I think, and that's a work which is not new, it's all the work around not only building pipeline, but what Accelerate is doing, like incubation, and what UNDP is doing, which is more it's beyond certification. It's really making sure that we work with investors so that we build the capacity of investors and the different players, and we guarantee the quality of those investments so that they're truly aligned on the SDG. Those 3 points would be really for us the priority.
Thank you. So like I mentioned before, at the Building Bridges, we heard a lot about the different challenges, and we did start speaking about opportunities as well. But I wanted to move to Cedric, who you have a lot of experience investing directly in some of the entrepreneurs. Do you want to share maybe, what are some of the challenges that you have encountered, but what are you seeing that are potentially missed opportunities, and what could be opportunities for the Geneva ecosystem moving forward in doing these type of direct investments, or what are the shifts that you feel that could turn the needle?
Thank you.
I think it just takes a sec.
Okay. Yeah. Well, rebounding on what has been said, and on those building bridges. Obviously, it's all a matter of what kind of bridge you build. No, if we build a Golden Gate, we need a lot of ambitions and dream. But in the end, at the level of the enterprises, what do we lack now? And I think, well, having seen some of the Accelerate 2030 enterprises 4 months ago, what I really feel that is lacking at this stage is, of course, it's good to incubate, but it's not enough. What does an investor need in the end when he looks at a company? Basically, what he needs is obviously a very good idea, shiny, full of SDGs and potential impact, but he also needs, and Mauricio from Solubio told it, a good management. And that's not given. It's very hard, and we know it as entrepreneurs and as investors looking at enterprises. It's very hard to build a company. Or maybe it's not that hard to build it, but it's hard to sustain it. And it's even harder to grow it. So I think what we lack at this stage is really, obviously, this capacity to identify projects, but also the capacity to follow them up. You were mentioning follow them up in terms of SDG. Do they still, no? And it's important for them to be able to leverage their growth in terms of impact, but also in terms of capacity. And that's management. It's also access to market. But it's good to have a good idea, but it's not that good if you cannot sell it. So, for example, in the trade area, you have a lot of programs by the German, the Dutch, and the Swiss, at least those that I know, that are helping exporters from developing countries to get into their importing markets. How do I present? How do I speak to a German? How do I speak to a North American? And it's always different. You have to pitch them differently. You have to bring them, eventually different products. You have to adapt yourself. And this is not given. How do I access to the market? And I guess that's really, if we want to accelerate, and especially, as you said, because time is ticking, how from small do I get big? And it's not only about of money. And again, no, it's about building bridges. You cannot invest if you are not sure that the management is good enough to leverage and to grow, and if you are not sure that there is a market that you can enter or conquest. So I think those are the basic elements. And we see exactly the same at the level of the fund. We are told always, being impact investor, you are too small. And since I started, I've always been too small. And obviously there is one point where you get big enough, but it's, and I guess, Blue Orchard, which was my first venture, has been able to reach big enough. But then, and it's what I'm hearing from many family offices, you're too big. So you're too big to be trustful. So you're never good enough. And I think it's the same for entrepreneurs. So it's always a challenge, and the follow-up is crucial. And every investor can help them at one point in there with money, with some kind of support. But I guess what I would say, it's what's lacking or
Thank you. I mean, definitely something what the entrepreneurs are hearing. Either you're too small, particularly here in Geneva, and maybe Kaylee, you want to share a little bit about that, what you have witnessed, this kind of gap or market, the missing middle. And I want to bring the conversation on to, now the focus was on, we need to build the capacity, the management, et cetera, of the entrepreneurs. But there is an amazing lot of a huge pipeline existing. And that's the kind of way I wanted to explore this kind of, is this a missed opportunity? And how can we as an ecosystem, or what are the changes that do need to happen for this connection to happen between the financing and the entrepreneurs that are on the ground doing amazing work already and have their books in order. So, Katie,
Yeah,
please
sure.
share.
I mean, I think this missing middle issue, it gets brought up a lot because there's pretty solid microfinance models. And then, of course, the large investment models, if you talk to a big bank, they'll say, 25 million, anything less than that, an investment directly into a company is just not even worth the due diligence cost I have to do. So there's obviously a huge missing middle. I think at Building Bridges, we're trying to think about which solutions that can be collaborative can affect this. And I'm not sure I think this would get to some of that missing middle. There's the Cifi Initiative, which has been launched by the Swiss, which is going to be funding for interesting new innovation models in financing. So if you have an interesting idea for a fund or something that's going to take some upfront work to get built and you don't have the capital for that, it can help to fund that innovation. But maybe just another example of something we're working on at Building Bridges is around liquidity. So one of our colleagues at Credit Suisse came to me, and he's very passionate about impact. And he said, my problem is I know of these amazing impact funds, probably like Cedric's, but I can only offer them to my qualified investors, which is 3% of investors, roughly a quarter of capital, but a pretty small amount. What if we could pioneer in Switzerland a liquidity facility that would create immediate liquidity and allow us then to offer this to retail investors? That could open up so much more capital in the markets for these impact products that are very sound, that are maybe a bit smaller or maybe too big in some cases, but are a bit smaller, but that then we could make that available to our retail investors. And so this is now something that we're looking at. It would take a lot of capital because you need to be able to allow for that liquidity, but this could be something that solves a market failure if we were able to get it off the ground. So this is typically the type of innovation we're looking at to fill that missing middle, but also other market failures.
Right. So, Kaylee, you started the panel by talking about the urgency and about the next Building Bridges coming up in October. I would like to hear from the panelists still what is our homework between now and October? We know that we need to move fast, we need to be innovative. Yes, and how do you imagine the homework for all of us, but also specifically for your own organization, what you are ready to take on to bridge this gap, so to say. Morgan, I bring this to you.
So, as I say, we are working at Gravity, so we are really trying to make the link between the different actors. So what we think our role could be is really to bring the people together and always remind them that you're better if you're together. If you try to do or pilot your whole thing alone, you don't really have the scale. So it's always what we try to encourage our clients to do. So start small with a small pilot, bring the people with you, try to do bigger coalition, and that's the way you can reach a bigger scale.
Thank you. Cedric, what's your commitment going forward? Where do you think there is a potential for you to bring this agenda pioneering it even further?
Well, I guess as you say, it's not a lack of pipeline. Mm-hmm. We have a huge pipeline, and it has increased, it's been increased because of COVID tremendously. So, I need to tap into capital as well as the entrepreneurs we finance.
Thank you. Do you feel that there is some lessons learned that you can share to others that are maybe wanting to get into the investment field, but are maybe scared of doing so because they feel they don't have enough expertise in the developing markets, how to engage with entrepreneurs? Do you feel that there is work to be done there as well to get more people like you, coming up from this amazing ecosystem?
No, I guess what is done in an event like Building Bridges is exactly what we need. I joined with the remark of Sarah on the standards. I guess last year also the European Union did a huge step forward with the ESG. That's good. Well, it's 25 years we work on ESG, so it's good that some were able to do that first step. And I guess as we need to accelerate. The next challenge will be to is the way to speak about those SDGs with indicators that are clear, go forward, and that are not only speaking to states, but are speaking to companies.
And Kaylee, in your role now as SFG and sitting in this very unique place where we are in Geneva today.
I think SFG, our homework, or where we'd like to play, is SFG's been around since 2008, and so was on these issues when they were very nascent. And so I think we want to keep focusing on the areas of finance that are nascent, that are coming. So we have the Gender Lens Initiative for Switzerland. We're looking at peace finance, like that's a very difficult thing to finance and to measure and figure out the impact of. So I think with the events in Ukraine, we are all recognizing that we really want capital to be a source of peace and not a source of war. And so this is, these are the areas that we're committed to advancing, are some of these harder to finance areas or future areas of finance. The ESG, some of the mainstreaming stuff that's being done by lots of players, so we want to be positioning ourselves on what are the next things.
And maybe Kaylee, where are we? No, I'll take that as the next question there. But
yeah,
please, Sarah.
I want to react to my co-panelist on Cedric, really what, just about the topic of impact management. You know, I wanted to react about what you said about what we're looking in a company. We had all those conversations 5 years ago that we were looking for companies that would have a solid management. What I really see now is that there's like a second generation of management, which is very much about impact management, having the right first vision, state of mind, but then, you know, what does that mean in terms of metrics, and how do you follow through? And that will, I think, that effort, that investment is going to take us from ESG, hopefully, to impact and SDG. And for me, we need to move out of this ESG discourse to really move towards an SDG discourse. Then I also feel that we reach a form of maturity when we look at the, you know, at the value chain of investment and all that part of growing the pipeline, having a better insight on developing markets. I think we're reaching a form of maturity. Another point for all the players is to move I would say, upwards in the value chain. And because we're talking about scale, those investors that we need to convince are those at the top of the value chain. And they are institutional investors. And indeed, we need big tickets. And the only way to make it work is going to be to form alliances between players across the entire value chain with, let's say, impact funds, so that we bring them also to maturity, and we can get really like at the top of the value chain. But I think, you know, I think we're also very impatient, and we realize that it's taking a lot of time. We've been, all of us, at least the three of us, we've been working on that project for the last 6 years, and we are starting to see the maturity of what I call the bottom of a value chain. So let's continue. We can't afford to, you know, to give up. We just need to continue towards that objective of having a large part of a capital market dedicated to SDG-aligned finance.
Thank you very much. I think the time is up right now, but I'm assuming, Kaylee, as the community manager of SFG, you may be inviting everyone to be engaged in these conversations in between now and building bridges.
Yeah,
right?
sure. I mean, sign up or come see me. We have a sign out there. There's mailing lists for building bridges for SFG. Many of you, I think, are members, but there's definitely lots of opportunity to get involved in between.
Can I say just a word, because I forgot to mention that it's about the map, the investment map. I know that Eva has done like a deep dive on the map to figure out what were the water-related opportunities, and she has identified more than 60. So if you want to know more about those specific investment opportunities in the sector of water, just go and talk to Eva, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So welcome back, everybody. Nice to have you back in the room. Once again, I'm Audrey, your MC for the day, and in keeping with our commitment to Swiss precision, we're back to our next panel. Just a bit of housekeeping for one moment. A mention of the fact that there will be a viewing of a documentary this afternoon called Le Rhône at the Impact Hub Geneva at 4:30 p.m. I would encourage you to sign up if you have a desire to view and join the group at 4:30. There is a list just outside the door at the registration desk, so please bear that in mind. Without further ado, I have the pleasure of introducing Alexandra Knezovic from the Toilet Board Coalition. The Toilet Board Coalition works with businesses, investors, and governments to scale market-based solutions to universal access to sanitation. They're longtime friends, and we're very pleased to have Alexandra here to moderate the next panel. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Audrey, and thank you also to the Innovate for Water team for welcoming us and supporting this session. Without further ado, I want to introduce to you our pitchers today. You see their pictures on the screen, but we'll start off with Cynthia Ramirez, who is one of the board members of the Toilet Board Coalition as an independent director. Cynthia, over to you.
Hello, does this work? Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, thank you, Alex, for this introduction, and I'm really pleased to be here with you this morning. So I'm tasked to present to you the Toilet Board Coalition today. So let me start with the problem. Last year, the UN estimated that 46% of the global population still lacks access to safe sanitation. That means no access to safe toilets or no access to toilets at all. The same report also estimated that in order to achieve the 2030 goals, we still needed to multiply the current rate of progress by 4. And moreover, it has always been thought that the solution to the sanitation problem is mainly in the hands of the governments, because the solutions are necessarily expensive and can be very complex. So the Toilet Board Coalition that I'm representing today was born to challenge these old assumptions. First, by demonstrating that businesses and the private sector can substantially support the government's efforts to achieve sanitation goals, but also to demonstrate that a sustainable sanitation economy can be created and can thrive in low and middle income countries. So how are we doing that? The coalition facilitates private sector engagement through 4 pillars of work. First, our accelerator program that invites growth stage sanitation entrepreneurs every year and provides them with mentorship, partnership opportunities, but also access to capital through this work. Second, we work with the investor community, with you in the room, to explore innovative investment mechanisms and solutions to help grow the innovators' businesses. Third, we also run bespoke market development projects with our entrepreneurs to help them grow in new markets or expand their business lines. And finally, we also engage in tough leadership. We build communication and advocacy strategies to be able to share the story and the insights from the business community we are engaging with more broadly. So since our foundation in 2015, our membership has grown from 15 to 70 members, and we have been able to support more than 50 entrepreneurs from the sanitation economy. They have been able to access more than $30 million in investments. Our model is unique because it's led by businesses. Currently, we have an NGO status run out from Geneva, but we work from a membership fee model as well. Our membership spans small, medium, and large companies from the sanitation space, but we also have members from the governmental sector and NGOs at the local and the global level. All of these partners are fully embedded in the 4 areas of work that I described before. So not only we are unique in the way we work and how we do it, but we also have a global mandate. The coalition currently has activities in more than 20 countries, A lot of them are right now taking place in Africa and in India, but we are quickly expanding in other areas of Southeast Asia and in Latin America. And despite the COVID pandemic last year, we had substantial impact. More than 2.2 million people were reached daily with the solutions provided by the sanitation entrepreneurs within our network. And the entrepreneurs who participated in the accelerator program, 97% of them graduated with partnership or investment opportunities with multinational corporations that are part of our network. This work is run by this global and engaged team, Alex here and other colleagues in the room, and of course, in close partnership with our full membership. So the invitation for you today is twofold. First, we are open for membership. And second, we are really keen to engage more with the investor community to continue exploring innovative financing solutions and business opportunities in the sanitation economy. Alex here and myself will be available to speak to you anytime after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. Excellent. And our next two pitches are actually pre-recorded videos. So next we will hear from Nazir Pandour of Live Clean. He's a graduate of the Accelerator program in 2019 and is based in Zambia.
Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon to everybody listening in. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present Live Clean initiatives. Live Clean is a company that's founded upon the basic elements of building sanitation infrastructure in low-income areas in Zambia. Zambia, for those who don't know, is in sub-Saharan Africa, just in the central southern part. So what we do is we make sure that we provide health and sanitation facilities, especially in market areas that are affordable, that are essential, as well as tackle the most important part, that is giving people the luxury of having a toilet, having water, having hygiene products to people who ordinarily do not have it. Now, the bigger point of what I'm doing today is to let the audience know that for us, providing sanitation is just not a business, right? It's a way of life. For us, it's about impact. It's about capacity building. It's about coalition building. It's about bringing a network together that's able to provide these facilities for a lot of people who do not have any. And we've been doing that since 2015. And we hope that we can continue building that for the rest, for time yet to come. So far, we've built networks with Toilet Board Coalition. We've built a network with the Innovations Against Poverty, with EY, Inbel Foundation, Aquafor, all these people who helped us to achieve where we are today. And where are we today? Well, we build sanitation facilities with local government around markets. And we have 6 so far in Zambia, and we're hoping to build another 4 more by the end of this year. But obviously that demands your help to do that. But we have a low-cost model in terms of our building structure. We have high impact areas that we're in, but also at the end of the day, we make sure that we achieve the highest impact in terms of the people, the high density areas. So we work with local government to be able to do those things. There are solutions in Zambia that tackle this problem. They are the government, but they're a very big challenge in terms of doing this because sanitation hasn't been part of their priority list over the years. NGOs do it as well. But where we are, because we're a social enterprise, where we are currently, we have a scalable business model that's able to build these facilities at a faster level, is able to maintain these facilities over a longer period of time and consistently, and we're able to achieve the affordability with our low-income clients. The impact we've received so far, especially over a COVID period, where we haven't shut down any sites, we haven't lost any people in terms of our employment, but we keep on increasing our numbers because people are seeing the importance of sanitation, especially during this COVID period of time. And our hope is to reach 2 million people by the end of this year or the end of next year. Our team is made up of a very vibrant young team. And obviously we have a lot of experience in terms of sanitation provision in Zambia. And we hope to continue building upon this team for years to come. At the end, what are we asking for? We're just asking for more people to come on board so that they can be able to help us build on our infrastructure, to build on our water stations, to build on our hygiene stations, but also to be able to help us flow into waste management, flow into a business environment that we can be able to recycle our waste, to be able to provide more services in terms of our waste management, as well as obviously build our team. Thank you so much for listening in. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me.
Well, thank you, Nazir. He'll be with us for the panel following the pitches. I think Nazir touched on a really important point, and this is something we're quite proud of at the Toilet Board Coalition, and I think speaks for the sanitation economy itself. Throughout the pandemic, 51 of the 52 companies in our portfolio remained active and operational. The one that didn't was because their insect larvae feed didn't survive the lockdown period. But we recently did a study with the Asian Development Bank to study the impacts of COVID-19 on service provision and informal settlements. And what we saw loud and clear throughout the business models that we work with is that sanitation is resilient, it's recession-proof. The interaction with the customer on a daily basis means, and the prioritization of sanitation and hygiene, of course, even heightened in the pandemic, means that these business models are incredibly resilient. And they each prioritize, we stayed in close contact with our community throughout the last 2 years, and they've each maintained their staffing levels and been able to continue employing their full teams, which is a really remarkable feat when you think about what's gone on in our global economy. Next, we'll turn to Orion Hermann, who also has a pre-recorded pitch. He's based in South Africa and has a quite remarkable business.
Hi, my name is Orion Hermann. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Liquid Gold. And did you know, every time you urinate, you produce enough fertilizer potential to grow one loaf of bread? That's right. We are very passionate about adding value to the circular economy of sanitation by saving water and obtaining valuable nutrients from a precious resource called urine. 2.8 billion people on the planet still do not have access to decent and safe water and sanitation. Further to that, there are over 5,000 kids that die daily because of a disease related to sanitation. Liquid Gold's value proposition is to add value to the circular economy of sanitation, as well as provide technology that not only is safe, but allows us to reduce our water consumption when doing a daily practice. So we are able to offer our technology, which is called the EcoFlow, which reduces water consumption for every urinal that's out there. We also have Africa's first urinal for both males and females that reduces up to 120,000 liters of water per day. Further to this, we also have a complete off-grid sanitation technology that allows for complete evolution facility for communities, school, humanitarian camps. But our greatest product thus far is the diamond reactor. A diamond reactor is an off-grid nutrient and water recovery system. That's right. For every 98 liters of urine that the system treats, it recovers 1 kilogram of highly valuable phosphate, ammonia, and magnesium fertilizer, which is brilliant for agriculture use. So not only are we able to add value to the toilet economy, but we're able to add value to the circular economy and smart economy because our off-grid reactor is able to be monitored remotely. So our traction in the market, we've got over 5,000 active units deployed within the space already. We've got 7,500 females actively using our female urinal with a 95% acceptance rate. We are safely servicing 36 schools with our complete evolution facility and been able to decrease absenteeism because of our products. We've won local innovation awards and global innovation awards. We've also managed to secure over 10 million liters of urine for our treatment plant. But in order for to kickstart the circular economy, Liquid Gold is able to secure an offtake agreement of the fertilizer we produce of 80 tons a month. We also have access to 600 community evolution blocks that services over 600,000 people living in peri-urban areas. Our next steps is to create Africa's first industrial scale nutrient and water recovery system, decrease our cost to produce by 20 to 30%, and also be able to harness 810 kiloliters of safe portable water through the depot that we create. What is the market? So we understand the global sanitation market is worth 280 billion. But if we look at our addressable market, both public and private sectors are willing to spend over 22 billion rand a year for infrastructure. Water reuse, we live in a water scarce country like South Africa and many countries around the world. People are deploying serious capital into looking for innovations and technology to feed into their supply chains. In terms of food security, South Africa imports over 90% of our fertilizer from the Middle East, and we hope that we can change this by adding value to the supply chain. How we make money as a business through the upfront sales of our technology, which is linked to a service level agreement. But in the future, you'll see more traction coming from our fertilizer as well as our water through the recovery of the toilet resources. And that will really allow us to grow aggressively. To date, we are over the 2 million rand mark with regards to profitability. And we're really now on the trajectory and scale in order to grow. Our impact thus far, we have, from an economic perspective, as mentioned before, we're able to reduce absenteeism. Wherever we deployed our technology by 15 to 20%, which has a direct impact on the Department of Health and increased our production. We've created 12 to 22 jobs within our infrastructure so far. Furthermore, we've kept 6 million liters of urine off our wastewater treatment plants, as well as our aquatic system. And also we're able to increase local production by locally producing fertilizer from the very waste that we produce. We have a highly complex and a highly flexible team with engineering skills, with business development, with agriculture skills that has been able to add value into developing the circular economy of sanitation. At the moment, we're currently raising $3.2 million US, which will be directly used for the creation of Africa's first industrial scale urine depot, with 20% allocated to talent, working capital, and further product development. Some of our partners that we do have on board is Water Research Commission, Toilet Board Coalition, H2O Sanitation, as well as the Bill Gates Foundation. So that's helped us get to this level of development. Furthermore, we also got sound contracts and partnerships with Monde, Venolia, Kainoch, and a strong bunch of networks to allow us to scale and grow globally. My name's Orion Hermann. I'm the CEO and founder of Liquid Gold, and we believe that one man's waste becomes another man's gold, and that's why we're Liquid Gold. And thank you for your time today.
Wonderful. So Orion mentioned, and you would have seen on the screen on the left side, 3 circles, a Venn diagram, which the Toilet Board Coalition is known for. We call it the Sanitation Economy. It's the naming of this session. And we didn't make a big slide about it because it is quite detailed and holistic and riveting, I would say. But I do have, if you're interested in learning more, he was talking about the toilet economy, circular sanitation, and smart sanitation, which is a bit how we structured our session today. I do have these nifty little pocket fold-out things, which are at least fun to play with. We have a few. If you're interested in one, come find me or one of the presenters or the colleagues, and we'll be sure to get you one today. So now we're moving to, we've heard about the toilet economy from Live Clean and the access that they're providing in Zambia. We've heard about the treatment, the circular sanitation economy, and the resources and nutrients that are in the sanitation system. Now we're going to turn our focus to the smart sanitation economy. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Roberta from the European Space Agency, who will set the stage a bit for us on why the European Space Agency might have something to do with sanitation. And then we'll hear from one final fabulous innovator, Mark from Woodco Bioscience. Roberta, there you are. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, okay, now this is too much. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me? Yes. So first of all, for those not familiar, so I'm from the European Space Agency, and the European Space Agency is an intergovernmental organization. So that means it has 22 member states, has a 7 sites in Europe, including a spaceport in French Guiana. And the purpose of the agency is what you see here in the Article 2 of the Convention, so to promote for peaceful purposes the cooperation among the member state, European and member state, in several areas, including space application. So myself and my team, we are working in a specific team, which is ESA Space Solution. So what we are doing is to support European industry to develop, to implement solution services that integrate space technology, with terrestrial technology, digital technology, to develop services, solutions that can be commercialized, responding to user need, that can be bring to a positive socioeconomic impact. And how we are doing this? We are doing this offering funding. So we have a framework of funding going from seed funding to pilot. We are supporting SME, startup, big player. We are offering business support, technical support, and let's say we are really aiming to support the industry, the company, to become successful. Okay, so we have done this. So we are actually our team since 2008. So we have funded several different thousands of applications in different sectors. You see here different names: maritime, agriculture, education, and each time that there is a need to involve a space application. What is this? Is, for example, for Earth observation, images, weather data, or for satellite navigation is geopositioning, localization, or satellite communication. Okay. Now, our Director General has just published last year the Agenda 2025. And what is the focus? The focus is to promote commercialization for a green and digital Europe, okay? Fostering development of application and, let's say, digital technology. So we are very much looking into innovative solution, integrating digital solutions, so machine learning, digital twin, and so on. Now, this basically, cascading from the vision of the DG, this is the umbrella under which we are doing our current activity, but also we are planning the activity for the next 3-4 years, okay, until the next ministerial conference. And these are the thematic areas which are, let's say, the key. And as you see, water is one of our key areas. So in the water, we have done several applications because, for example, from satellite, you can monitor the quality of the water. We have done application for waste management to optimize, for example, sewage and so on. But let's say there are many more opportunities that we want to explore, okay? And another important point, here you see some of the partners that we are currently now working. So the point is that we are also interested in having partnership, because talking with the partner, we are understanding what are the needs of the stakeholder, of the user, and this helps us to translate this need into the material of the call, of the challenge that is then published and to which the industry responds. So this is the model that we are using. And going to the partnership, in 2018, actually, ESA and the Toilet Board Coalition announced a collaboration, let's say, to address the sanitation global crisis. So after some discussion, there was a challenge that was published, Space for Sanitation. There were 2 activities that were initiated, and one of these, actually, that you will hear, is actually piloting now in South Africa. So basically now, let's say to conclude, our focus is on the business innovation, so to help industry, European industry, for business innovation, let's say in the context of sustainability, to produce green value. So basically, we are interested in, and it's actually a call for players, let's say, to contact us and to see how we can explore how space, so space technology, data, and technology can innovate the business. So this is a call, contact us, and this is our, let's say, contact. Thank you.
Excellent. And so now I'll hand it over to our final pitcher, Mark Mccarvel from Woodco Bioscience. And you'll want this.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Mccarvel. I'm representing Woodco Bioscience. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, that's better. I haven't practiced my singing, obviously. Okay, so I'm going to present our project, which Roberto referred to. The program is called Empire. It's a system to manage sanitation in the smart economy. So, what is it? Where sanitation is required, there is a lack of money, basically. That's our big problem, because where sanitation is worst and where they need to put infrastructure, we need to put systems in place. Those systems need to be able to show value. Value proposition is really the key thing. So we need to be able to measure how they impact. So what we've done is we've developed a system that addresses the treatment of waste at its very core, and then how that impacts on the system and how it affects people right through from a socio-economic basis, but also how it affects them in terms of their living and how it affects the infrastructure and how the infrastructure is actually used. So we wanted to build a system that you can quantify your investment with, but also then you can measure the system and you can measure its efficacy. So measurement is the key for our system. So we have a platform that's able to consume data from multiple sources within the sanitation environment and produce actionable insights, so you can see what the impact of the overall system is. The progress of the project started 2017. So it started off looking at the treatment of waste as an organic material, and we have won the Green Product of the Year twice between 2017 and 2022 in Ireland. We were awarded an EU Cert of Excellence under Horizon 2020. Unfortunately, during COVID, everybody was bidding for Horizon 2020 funds and they ran out of money, basically. So they told us that if it hadn't been for COVID, we would have got funded. But hey, there you go. And then we're also funded, as Roberta referenced, that with the European Space Agency, because we integrate space assets in our project. What is the solution? So basically, we can supply a plant that will process human waste. It's manufactured locally, so the business model is to manufacture it locally so that you provide employment. It's done under license, and then as the systems are built, then we integrate them to the back-end system. So we can supply different sizes of plant to treat human waste at source. We can supply 500 kilowatts up to 1,500 kilowatts, and they can process between 10 and 30 dry tons of human waste per day. That then is managed and its impact assessed in an overall smart sanitation program system. The market is very, very large. So we're currently in South Africa. We know in South Africa, for example, there are 824 wastewater treatment plants. With our partners in South Africa, they've indicated that they have an immediate need for over 50 of our solutions. The market itself is worth between, say, 200 million and about 450 million by 2030. So it's a very, very large market. But the key thing is productizing and showing how that system is impacted. So what we do is we monitor what goes on within the environment. So we can assess toilet use by gender. We can assess what the plant and equipment is doing in terms of processing the waste. We can remove pathogens at source by processing it through thermal pyrolysis. We can manage then how that impacts on the system. What we do is we assess how the overall system is contributing to positive health. So if we remove the threat of health in sanitation at its source, we're then measuring the impact of that across the overall system. So we address SDGs 3, 13, 6, and 7 directly, and indirectly others, particularly ones relating to maybe gender use, for example. So part of what we're doing is monitoring toilet use as part of the system and then bringing that data into the platform to analyze that in the context of processing the waste and also in context of how that impacts on the environment. So through the European Space Agency, we monitor the environment, we take Earth observation data, we take weather data, we look at water quality. We have developed an innovative product, which is in a prototypical stage at the moment, but it's an autonomous water quality sensor that can look at pathogens autonomously in the water, detect what they are, and then report that back. That works via satellite, so we can place it anywhere in the world in any body of water, and we can use that then to assess the impact. So really what we're trying to do is to show that if you take the threat of the waste at the beginning of the process, treat it, create a circular economy product. So the processing of the waste produces biochar. Biochar then be used to sequester CO2. It can be used in a whole pile of different applications. So we have a system that has a sort of a full circular economy impact, but also it allows the persons who are investing in it to monitor what's going on. They can assess the environmental impact, but also the cost impact. That's hugely important. The team, we are a bunch of serial entrepreneurs. This would be my third, fourth run at starting and running companies. My colleague Declan's here is the same. We have Patricia, who is the smart lady in the operation. So she helps us to make sure we keep on track for what we're doing technically. Our partners are the European Space Agency, the TBC. We're doing work with IBM. We have developed an innovative sensor for detecting diarrhea, very glamorous, but it can detect if people have those conditions in bathrooms. We can automatically then infer where there are issues with health automatically. We're working with Intel on our floating lab, our analysis lab. Our program has been nominated for the WHO for an AI program for looking at the impact of sanitation management and health. We work with the ITGH, which is an MIT and Harvard-based organization, looking at the impact of this from a socioeconomic basis. And critically, in South Africa, we work with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is probably one of the world-leading universities in sanitation management and research. In terms of what we're looking for, we have invested about 1.1 million through ESA funding into the project date. We're applying for EIC grant funding. We received our Cert of Excellence before, so we're going to try and leverage that to sort of go again, basically. We're looking at 2.5 million there, and between 2024-25, we want to get about 8.3 million in investment. The market is very big for this. So if you need to get in touch with me, please do. We're here and we're in the room inside.
Excellent. So now I'll invite the panelists that are here to scoot in, and I'll take a chair as well, and we'll have a bit of a conversation. Excellent. Good to see you, Nazir. Welcome. So actually, my first question, Nazir, will be to you. I'm not sure where to see you, but yes. You come from a really unique background, actually, in finance and also then WASH. And of course, that's highly relevant for those in the room and for our session itself. But today we wanted to talk a bit about the challenges and the opportunities that we see. And I wanted to start off with you because you have such a unique perspective coming from a finance background and then now working in the WASH sector. So could you share with us first just what's the top challenge that you see for the sanitation sector and what is the top opportunity?
Thanks, Alex, and I hope everyone can actually hear me.
We can, yeah.
Good. Thank you again. I wish I could be there, but it's actually a really, really good question. I'll speak first, the biggest challenge, so I'll speak first from the entrepreneur side. So an entrepreneur, the very basic premise of an entrepreneur is that you have a dream, right? You have a vision, you want to do something that you feel is lacking in your specific environment. Whether it's sanitation or whether it's real estate, whatever it is. So in this specific sector, we're doing WASH. So we understand that as an entrepreneur, we want to change something that's there. We want to build something that's better, or we want to provide something that's better. So you have this dream, but then when you have this dream and you want to actually exercise this dream, you have to talk to people who actually can fund this dream, because obviously if you had the money, you wouldn't need anybody. But then you run into this roadblock, right? And then you say, well, you start to talk to people and say, can you please see what I see? Can you please feel what I feel as an entrepreneur? Like, could you just get into my heart and into my mind and just see what I see? But then they tell you, no, your business model is not great enough, or your financial model is not great enough, or all these other issues that come in that just doesn't make you good enough. You're not big enough, you're not small enough, whatever the case may be. And then at the end of the day, you also have the global market to compete with, right? You're not just competing in your specific environment, but you're trying to compete with all these other innovations. And they start to make you feel like you're less than. But from the financing side, obviously it's understandable, right? I mean, it's their money and they want to obviously make sure that their money is well spent. They want to make sure that their money is breeding enough innovation in the global market. So their money has to be used in a specific way. So that's the biggest challenge, is how to breed those two together. Idea, dream with resources and those who have the resources to be able to help. So I think that also breeds the biggest opportunity. If you can breed that conversation, if you can add those two together and say, okay, how do we start this conversation so that we can get on the same page? I'm coming from Zambia, right? We're not at the level of some of our counterparts, say in South Africa, like Orion or in Kenya, where we're trying to turn urine into drinkable water or trying to turn, human waste into fertilizer. We can be and we should be. It may take some time, but where we are right now is that people, low-income people, don't even have access to a toilet. They don't even know what a flushing loo looks like, right? We have so many instances where they come to our sites and they don't know what to do with it because they come from such poor backgrounds. So that's where we are in Zambia, and we are trying to obviously fix that. So if we can have this conversation where, okay, we show the finances or we get into this room and say, listen, this is what we need right now. Obviously, we can give you innovation coming later, but please help us at least achieve the very foundation.
Right.
I think that's the biggest opportunity that can come up.
Thank you. Excellent, Nazir. So I want to hop then from Nazir to Roberta, to you, because, the European Space Agency and the Toilet Board Coalition is not two players you would usually suspect to be partnering together. But I think, your colleague Davide, with whom we've worked quite closely, really saw something in this opportunity. And I think there's insight there in terms of the challenges that we as a sector actually face in terms of sanitation as a whole. Could you speak to that a bit more?
Thanks. So first of all, about the challenge, I would like to say, so the challenge is that indeed we are, let's say, two different worlds, okay? So, I mean, when we are going to this kind of event and we are talking European Space Agency, immediately people are thinking about satellite, about planetary mission, and so on. But there is also the other point, the use of satellite for the benefit of the society. This is the downstream application. So this is actually our team, so what we are doing. And the big challenge that we have is basically to create the link between, let's say now is the water sector here, but let's say in the health, education, and so on. So to create the link. I think this is a big challenge, but it is also an opportunity. Opportunity because there are, let's say, for example, just to tell you, in the sanitation, there are several precursor activity, for example, of dealing with a certain area, for example, on the space station. There are a lot of experiments. So there are precursor technology that, for example, treatment of waste that, can bring to some, let's say, innovative solution also on Earth here. So there are many more opportunity and that to explore. So I think this is really why I'm here and why in our team we try, let's say, to, and this I think it's our task, to talk with this different community and try to establish a link, partnership, and so on, a collaboration.
Thank you, Roberta. So building on this, the importance of partnership, the importance of coalition, which I know is, we have three themes to this event in terms of innovative finance, coalition building, and peace and security. And so we wanted in today's conversation with these experts to touch on each of those. Cynthia, I'd like to come to you next because you spend your day working for Pfizer, and I'd say maybe your nights with the Toilet Board Coalition, but you work with the coalition in your personal capacity. And I was interested, you come from, again, a very different world, and I think this is one of the unique things about the Toilet Board Coalition is we attract and can convene really unique individuals like yourself. Can you share with us a bit about, why you're a part of the coalition, why you take your personal time to engage in our activities, and really where's the opportunity that you see that attracted you in?
Thank you, Alex. So I think there are two elements here, and first is really a personal connection because I come from Colombia and I have seen firsthand what it is, poverty and how it looks and what huge need is there. But I have also seen the opportunities, and sometimes you wonder, how can it be that this is still going on? And then on the other hand, as you said, I spend my day, in my work in actually global health issues, and I was always surprised to realize how people can work in silos in topics that normally one would think should be so fully aligned, like sanitation and health. So I was very happy to accept the invitation that you guys did to me to help you think through a little bit more of how to strengthen that connection within the work of the coalition and to bring some relationships and ideas of what were areas that we could explore. Immediately in my mind came all the world of infectious diseases. This happened even before COVID. So the first thing we discussed was, well, all the disease monitoring, the surveillance of what's going on with diseases and how we could connect that to what we are seeing in the sanitation world. And there is a topic that is really top line for the global health community these days, and it's antimicrobial resistance. How are we going to monitor that? How are we going to prevent it? And I think there are, like this one, many other issues that could be addressed if we just could put our heads together and try to connect the dots. COVID has demonstrated, with sanitation measures to track, origins of infection and track where things are going on, that, it is possible. I still don't understand how is it that, we are not more, collaborative in this area. So that's really the driver that has me investing some personal time in my personal capacities to support these conversations. Although I confess I'm not an expert in sanitation at all, but I'm learning a lot.
Excellent. So, Mark, from what we've seen, and we have clearly the distinct advantage of seeing a number of businesses in this landscape that are working in this sector and some really outstanding innovations. Yours and from the team is, I think, one of the most game-changing and scalable technological innovations, particularly as it ties in with the health story. I would love to hear, of course you see the opportunity, but even in your conversations of, with funders, with partners, you also don't come from the sanitation sector, which is an asset, perhaps. What are you hearing? What are you finding? What is your greatest challenge as an entrepreneur and a fabulous team to scaling your operations?
So, as per the presentation, really, when you try and sell something, and sell, I don't necessarily mean just for financial gain. You have to show a real benefit. So your real challenge as a business is to assess what the opportunity is, but it can't just be for that financial gain, particularly with sanitation, because you've got a situation where you've got potentially millions and millions of people who deserve good quality infrastructure and systems, the same as we all do, but the governments that they they work under don't have the money, So you have to show a value proposition that impacts their needs. So when we look particularly at the model that we have a platform, an intelligent platform that can automatically pull data from multiple sources and then assess that in terms of its impact in a sort of multimodal manner. So we have to address the lowest common denominator elements. So if I can build a system that produces no disease, that produces a byproduct which has a commercial value, which is what we've done. So when we treat the human waste, we use a system called pyrolysis, and what that does is it basically converts the organic matter into charcoal. Okay. Now that charcoal then can be sold. It can be used as fuel. It can be used to sequester CO2. It can be used as a soil amendment. It can be used as fertilizer. There's a bunch of stuff it can be used for. So that then has real value. But what it also does, for example, with the local governments, it removes the need to manage the waste in the first place. So we reduce the cost. We produce a byproduct, we address a problem. So now we've got something, as an entrepreneur, you're going in with a solution that is fixing their problems. It's removing cost at source, it's removing disease at source. And then the big challenge we have, which is really quite ambitious with our system is very ambitious. It's a very low level foundation of what could be a very, very large system. What we're trying to do there is then to assess that impact. So we use Earth observation and weather data to look at an environment. So we're assessing the pathogen load in a given environment, and we're assessing what that means to the local people. We're looking at how toilets are used. We're looking literally how bad. So in South Africa, for example, in a lot of the informal settlements, they have community ablution blocks where they have male and female toilets that may serve hundreds of people, like literally hundreds of people. And we're looking at those toilet blocks in terms of usage. So how women are using them, how men are using them. And that has a big impact then on the value proposition back into the government. So when we approach them, we have to say we've got a value proposition, but not just for one thing. It's got to tick 6, 7, 8 boxes. And the key thing about the platform we have is that we can monitor and metric that. We can assess what those impacts are. And even at a very low level stage, initially we can start to correlate those data sources. And that's where the value is. So as an entrepreneur, to answer your question in a long round way, we can come in with a solution that shows that there's multiple facets to it and that it has value in many different areas. And if each of those areas are further developed properly, then it has further impact. So if we, for example, I mean, we've had this conversation, when we finish this, when you walk away, if you've saved 10,000 children's lives, good, fantastic, but what's the impact, and also if you've saved the local health infrastructure, 10 euros a head in a year, that's huge when you've got 60 million people, So they're the things.
Excellent. And I think you've tapped into something there that, Nazir, I'm keen for your perspective on as well. This siloing, and Cynthia, you mentioned it too. I think it's one of the, from the conversations that we get to be a part of, we hear consistently the WASH sector. It's there's how do we communicate with the public health? How do we communicate with agriculture? How do we communicate beyond ourselves? And vocabulary has a lot to do with it. We like to lean on our jargon, but there's an opportunity in front of us, I think, particularly with the importance and the unity that we're seeing behind climate change and the unity behind that, and the story that water and sanitation and pollution from sanitation systems has to play in that. We were talking about it just yesterday over lunch with a crew from NOAA, and to the perspective, the sort of underlying issues that the lack of sanitation has across the SDGs, across our global goals. I mean, it is truly foundational. But how do we tell that story? How do we reach those other individuals? Nazir, I'd love your thoughts on, really on the ground as you speak to government officials, and not just the Ministry of WASH, but, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, getting beyond kind of the water and sanitation people. How do you tell your story?
I think what my counterpart, the gentleman mentioned, is the biggest key, right? If you come in with a solution, you come in on how to solve a problem, and you come in to say, I'm not just talking about a fantasy here. I'm not just talking about something that has never been heard of. I'm actually talking about something tangible, something that can be realized. Their ears open up, but obviously the dynamics also are different from government to government. For us, for example, our previous government, they didn't really care about sanitation that much. But the new government wants to hear about sanitation. They want to hear about problem solving in sanitation. So now the conversation becomes easier. But the first thing is solving people's problems. Like here, as a government, we have a cost problem, we have an infrastructure problem. So we come in and say, we can solve those two issues. Give us the leeway to do that. Once they start to hear those things, the conversation becomes easier. But obviously, different governments have different dynamics. I can only talk about my government and my dynamic here. But the conversation has become easier, and we're able to, achieve much more growth now because of that. So as long as we can solve the problem, we're good to go.
Which is what we were just hearing from Mark as well. And I think we see this, and increasingly we're seeing in the sector a positioning of water and sanitation as a solution provider, and really learning to frame our pitches, to frame our evidence in the language of those other sectors. I was thinking about the three pillars of this session, and the peace and security, you know, one of the first things I'd seen in terms of the conflict in Ukraine was that Ukraine is one of the world's largest exporters of fertilizer. And already, you know, as other countries brace for the impacts of the invasion and what that will mean for the production within Ukraine, what will we see in the fertilizer market? We've already seen the price of phosphorus in the last year go from 80 per ton to 180. What that means for our global food supply is epic. What will we see now, given the situation in Ukraine? We'd hope to have Orion with us also for the panel, and that was one of the questions I really wanted to hear his thoughts on how even domestically he's preparing for the shifts that will come in policy around energy and around nutrients production. Cynthia, I'd love to come back to you in terms of public health and particularly antimicrobial resistance, as we last week were just having a conversation with some leading minds on this in terms of how do we more collaboratively share data in the sanitation economy. How Mark was speaking about, you know, all of the data and the metrics that they're collecting from their system, and as that relates to public health. I think data sharing and accountability in general has been a barrier for the sanitation sector. From your global health perspective and also from your background in terms of multilateral engagement, what do you see coming for sanitation and public health in terms of the data ecosystem?
I think the potential is huge, but I think we are going to have to overcome also huge challenges because, and COVID has just demonstrated that there is a lot of mistrust in certain types of policies that could misuse whatever data, not only health and sanitation, but any data. So how are we going to position what we do in a way that demonstrates the value and the real impact, and also that safeguards privacy, that is, you know, fully compliant with whatever regulations, and that in a way that creates really trust from people. And that's not, again, a problem only for the sanitation and health kind of sectors. It's really a problem of the world. So we really need to be smart and try to be ahead of the curve, I think, in terms of what is the value proposition. The other issue we have is that this is really a complex landscape, right? In itself, sanitation, and in itself, health. There are huge data sets, there are huge ethical issues. So we really need to put our heads together to try to lay the basics first to understand, what is realistic in the short, medium, and long term, and really be super conscious of all those challenges, because we cannot be naive that because there are opportunities, we are going just to do it. It just doesn't work like that, either individually in the sectors and even more together. So I think we need to join forces in really understanding very well the challenges and making sure that we are really working from a very realistic point of view in the way we approach the solutions that we want to propose.
Absolutely. And Mark, I know your project, as you're preparing to launch it in South Africa, you're dealing with these questions on a daily basis. And this is part of your partnership with the university there as well. Can you speak for a moment about some of the journey that you've been on connecting with the communities, on educating the communities about the data use and that challenge?
It's hugely important. So we had to do a lot of ethics courses. But what we've done is, for example, when we're monitoring the toilet blocks, we provide or will be providing internet access. So when people are using the bathroom, they can surf, it's a, dual use, But what we're going to do is when they access the internet, they'll be given questions. And they'll also be given presentations on what the system is doing for them. So part of our solution is to present that to the users. So they will see what the impact is. To take the point back to the big question, everything is linked, and this is the problem. When you have a siloed approach, you don't realize that every single thing is linked. All of our actions as humans are linked. What will emerge with some of the systems like ours that will evolve is that you will see what those correlations are. And if you understand them, then it will help you educate what the impact is on you and your environment. Now, that in itself is very complex, because this AI machine learning thing can be very, very powerful, and if used, as Cynthia says, incorrectly, can lead to nasty things can happen if people have control over the button, one thing. So you have to really tell people what it is you're doing, why you're doing it, and how you're doing it, and then relate it to their lives. So, for example, we're in the engagement we have in our project, we're monitoring, as I say, the toilet blocks. We want to be able to encourage women, for example. So if we can win the women and win the children, we'll win everybody else, for example. Because I don't know if, again, it's a horrible fact, but in locations where sanitation is poor, a lot of women suffer, disproportionately. Like in India, for example, a lot of women don't use bathrooms because they're afraid of being assaulted. So they may go work all day without using the toilet. So they have horrible instances of urinary tract infections, illness as a result of that. So, and in South Africa, a lot of women who use toilets feel threatened. So what we're doing is actually monitoring those toilets in terms of usage, and then we're reporting back to the people what we're doing and why we're doing it. And one of the things we're trying to do is bring a bit of security into it, like the University of KwaZulu-Natal, our partner, we're doing storyboards with them. So we're doing videos that go on YouTube. We have to do them in Zulu and English, which is fun. But it tells the people why we're doing it and how it's going to impact them, and particularly the women. And then we've been talking about maybe going to the schools to tell the kids what it is we're doing. Because, if your child comes home and says, Mom, Dad, I've got this, they told us about this great thing, you'll win them. But you must bring the people with you. You must inform them what you're doing. You have to engage them. And you must assuage any fears that they have that you're doing it for some purpose other than their benefit. It has to be completely clear that this is for their benefit to help them in the long run.
Thank you. Nazir, one final question to you just before we wrap it. I think, Live Clean has, there's a unique opportunity clearly in connecting with your customers and really seeing the impact on their lives. Can you speak for a moment about how you've built that relationship, where there are Live Clean locations in marketplaces and things like that? How do you, as Mark was saying, how do you build that relationship with them?
I think it's something that first it has to start from. Right. When you build, can you hear me?
Almost.
Am I back?
Yeah. Keep going.
Almost. Okay.
Persevere.
Persevere. So when you build the product and then you release it in the market, especially something that people are not used to, you have to have this patience in you to keep going and keep speaking their language. I know Mark said that he has his solution both in English and Zulu. We would also have to do the same thing, where we would incorporate local languages and get them comfortable with the product. Right? The more comfortable they get with the product, the more they can trust your product. And the more they trust your product, the more they get used to your product, and the more they use the product, and then they even depend on your product. So we have to understand their language, come down to a level where we have that understanding with each other, build that trust, and from there, just take it off.
Excellent. Thank you. We did get that answer. Thank you. Wonderful. Roberta, I'd love to just come to you right before we finish. There is, as you said, you spoke about the opportunities moving forward, and specifically with the European Space Agency. And I know there's some things in the pipeline specifically for space for sanitation. But can we hear a little bit more about the vision that you see, or the opportunity that you see specifically between sanitation and space? The mic, please.
So first of all, we have to say, just would like to come back to the data, because we need to build, so we want to support business services that they are sustainable, okay? So space data could be expensive, okay? Depend on the resolution. If you want to have high resolution images, commercial, this can be expensive. However, the agency provides the Sentinel data that you can have for free. And actually there are even more debate now to give even more data, more images free to you to use. So, and this brings to the water and sanitation. So basically what we want to do, as I said, one of our thematic area is water and sanitation. And this will actually will be the umbrella under which we want to start a new initiative that will go on in the next 3-4 years, because you have to know that every 3 years we have a new budget coming, and this year will be in November. So with all the member states bringing new money to the agency, and one of the key, knowing the result and knowing the importance of sanitation and water, so we want to go there, and we have a lot of idea on how to support this. As I said, many different ways for SME, for fully funded, co-funded, and so on.
Excellent. So each of our presenters, well, not Nazir, but I'm happy to connect you to him, and also to Orion, is here throughout the day. So we please invite you to come ask them your questions. We hope that this session has been interesting, has expanded your thinking on sanitation, and helped you to see the value and the opportunity that's in the sanitation system. Audrey, back to you.
Thank you all for yet another enlightening and dynamic panel session. That was wonderful. We should mention that the panel participant, Orion Hermann from Liquid Gold, was not able to participate live because of an accident. His pregnant wife has had an automobile accident. We understand that, this is a trying time. We would like to convey our thoughts. All of us here are thinking of the family and hope that there's a swift recovery. I wanted to so we are at the point of our break. We will have a networking break now for 40 minutes, which will be an opportunity for you all to also explore the marketplace, which is the second room next to the coffee station. I will just take one moment to share a little bit more, that now that there's a minute, about the film and the documentary that is available for you for viewing at 4:30 p.m. at the Impact Hub Geneva. Intent and Waterpreneurs have created a documentary split in multiple parts, episodes, presenting the stakes and solutions tied to water along the length of the Rhône, our river running along between Switzerland and France. And the topics covered in this documentary include conservation, pollution, usage and reuse, things like cross-border management, and the water-energy-agri-health nexus, not to mention an emphasis on nature-based solutions and circular economy. It promises to be very informative, really a wonderful piece. So please do sign up at the registration desk when you have a moment for the film. In other housekeeping points, a reminder that you will be getting a survey at the end of the day today. This is very important. It will take probably 3 minutes to fill out. Please make sure to pay attention and give your feedback to the team here so that they can continue to curate such incredibly robust, high-quality content events and sessions for you. And yeah, enjoy the coffee break. This is your chance to let your hair down and enjoy, have some conversations and enjoy the marketplace. Thank you. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming back into the room. Welcome back. Hope you had a rejuvenating networking and coffee break and had a chance to check out the marketplace. Once again, I'm Audrey, I'm your MC for the day, and I'm delighted to now pass the baton to Frédéric Kohl, who's a steering board member of the Swiss Water Partnership, who will be managing our next panel session and our next set of discussions. For those who are not aware, the Swiss Water Partnership is a cross-sectoral network that supports collaboration and exchange here in Switzerland. Without further ado, over to you, Frédéric.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. So for those who don't know the Swiss Water Partnership, the SWP, as it was said in an introduction, it's a multi-stakeholder platform that brings together about 70 Swiss organizations, so Swiss-based, with very different profiles. So from the civil society to the academic sector, but also from the public sector. So this morning we had Karine, who was presenting the SECO's interventions. And of course, we also have members that are coming from the private sectors, like the consulting company that I'm working with, for example. So of course, the SWP also aims at contributing to the achievement of the SDG 6 and the water, more generally the water-related SDGs. And our platform actually provides space for partnership creations between the members, but also between even partners of the members. And it also allows sharing of experience. So many members have even international experience. So it's a very wide range of experience that can be shared. And of course also information are shared regularly with events and there's, for example, also the upcoming World Water Week, to which the SWP will take part. And today we work together 4 stakeholders. 3 of them are members of the SWP, and they will make brief presentations. And after, if we have sufficient time, we will also have a panel discussions with them to discuss today actually the cooperation and the multi-stakeholder approaches. So now I'm pleased to introduce and give the floor to Thomas, who is the CEO of the Swiss Fresh Water.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Thomas. So we are a member of the Swiss Water Partnership. Our name is Swiss Fresh Water, so you cannot make any mistake. But our action takes place not really in Switzerland. So 24% in sub-Saharan Africa, only 24% of the population has reliable access to safe drinking water. This problem is not limited to rural areas. That's frequently what people think, but it's also it persists in cities and peri-urban areas. Tap water is often unavailable or unsafe. Filtered water is also not safe, not always safe, and raise a big issue of single plastic usage. Swiss Fresh Water solves this issue. In the next 4 years, we will provide safe and affordable water for 1.5 million beneficiaries and create at least 4,000 jobs. We use a turnkey model of franchised water kiosk that is both financially sustainable and scalable. We train local entrepreneurs, kind of waterpreneurs, not the one you know, that are developing a profitable and impactful business in their neighborhood and community. Our water kiosks locally produce and sell water to their community at a price that is between 3 and 10 times cheaper than any mineral bottles sold in 3 to 5 gallon bottles. Our sustainable business model has the potential to create tens of thousands of jobs and reach several million people. Since our founding in 2008, we've created nearly 150 water kiosks and produced almost 200 million liters of safe water. We've created, Our business model is that of the franchise. First, a franchise entry fee for any new water kiosk that is being produced. Then a fixed price invoiced per liter to cover our assistance fee, rental fee, maintenance, and marketing and technical assistance. In terms of market position in Senegal, we cover the entire market, but we focus more and more on urban and peri-urban areas. Our uniqueness is that our price can vary depending on population's purchasing power. This makes us unique and the best value for money service in the market. Our model has proven impact in terms of health. It has also significant impact in terms of economic, social, and environmental areas. To do that, we need to build a strong team. We are 4 people in Switzerland, mainly to manufacture the water treatment equipment for R&D, supply chain management, and very soon fundraising. That's what we need very strongly in the near future. We also got a subsidiary in Senegal with 22 persons, a great team. Half of it is less than 1 year in the team. We are also backed by a strong governance with a board of directors and also external advisor. We've been supported from the very beginning of the project by private investors who believed in the mission, and also one impact fund, which is FITrust. The Swiss cooperation also strongly supported the project in initial times. REPIC, SECO, especially, Swiss Blue Tech Bridge, SDC. More recently, we concluded very important partnerships through co-investment grants with USAID and UNIDO. In order to reach those targets, both financially and from an impact point of view, we need approximately 4 million Swiss francs. Half of it, we are looking for it through equity, and we're looking for a lead investor. Half of it through philanthropy, either through CSR offers with private companies or co-investment and grants with foundations or bilaterals, a little bit in the same view of what we did with USAID. Thank you, and I'm available for any question in the marketplace.
Thank you, Thomas. Now I will hand over to Celia, who will present us an integrated management approach that was implemented in the Balkan region. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Can you hear me well? Yes, perfect. So first of all, thank you for organizing this amazing event and for having us. And thanks to Swiss Water Partnership for organizing today's session. So bienvenue, welcome to my presentation on driving change in the water sector through integrity management. So we're looking into a good governance issue now, a bit different to the other sessions that we had today, but not less interesting. And my name is Celia Schmidt. I work for CECON, and we develop innovative solutions for sustainable development. And we work with good governance issues, but also provide entrepreneurial support, which will not be the focus of today's presentation, but I'm happy to talk about that in the marketplace and in the networking sessions. So today I will share some lessons learned on developing and implementing the so-called integrity management approach, what we call InWash approach, with more than 30 water sector organizations worldwide. And thanks to our partnership with SECO, we had the presentation of Karin Galandar this morning. We were able to just enter the second phase in Albania and implement integrity management under the WPIP program in Albania. Okay, great. So why integrity management in the water sector? Did you know that at least 10% of water sector investments is lost due to mismanagement and corruption? And we can, quickly calculate in our head how much money is lost here. And this is just an estimation because we don't know the exact numbers, of course. So to tackle this challenge and to overcome the gap between resources destined to the sector for so many decades already, but the challenge of achieving SDG 6, we have developed the so-called integrity management approach to reduce those unnecessary losses and to provide water sector organizations with a systematic approach to tackle risks for corruption. So the goal is to improve processes within the organization, for example, a water utility, but also at the same time reduce losses because of mismanagement and corruption or bad practice. So how do we do this and what have we achieved so far? First of all, the so-called integrity management toolbox, it's a comprehensive methodology, so it's a participatory workshop, like a sequence of workshops with the whole staff of the organization. And it consists of a set of risks that are defined for the organization and also then a selection of instruments to tackle those risks. This is then documented in a roadmap and implemented throughout the course of a couple of years, of course, because change processes take time. And of course, accompanied by tailored coaching as well. What we also did then was combining this participatory qualitative methodology with systematic quantitative assessments. So we conduct baseline and endline assessments to monitor progress, of course. And together with SECO and KfW, we have just been able to enter the second phase of our engagement in Albania, where we are now supporting utilities on an institutional level. So we moved from directly supporting utilities to supporting an institutional consultant and a more systemic, to yield more systemic impact. So to sum it up, the InWash approach improves the overall management of utilities, improves their financial and operational performance, and of course the quality of their services, and also reduces their reputational risks, because not just citizens or clients or the general population is asking for transparency and accountability, but also the funding community is more and more aware of this and requiring accountability and integrity. Just this morning, I think it was Sarah from UNDP who mentioned how important integrity is also for funding decisions and for making sure that money is invested in a sustainable manner and not lost. So the WPIP that I just mentioned is our current example of implementing the approach in Albania through a strategic backstopping mandate. So what we aim to do together with SECO is to institutionalize this integrity management approach in the whole sector and integrate it in the program as a substantial element of the whole program, and also to develop it as a critical success factor for developing the whole Albanian water sector. And I'm happy to discuss more on this later on. So what we're doing here, capacity building, as I mentioned already, of an institutional consultant, integrity assessments, and a final evaluation in 4 years from now, coaching and technical assistance, and of course, awareness raising in the general public and also on all different sector levels. And we are happy to have such an experienced and well-equipped, dedicated team of local and international experts at CECON. And happy to highlight again our successful partnership with SECO, and I'm very excited to the next phase and also to future engagements together. And what I would like to know from you also, and then what I'm happy to discuss in the marketplace, is where do you see the potential but also limitations of integrity as a key driving force in this for sustainable water and sanitation investments. So thank you so much. This is my contact detail, and I'm happy to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Celia. Yep. Now I'm pleased also to introduce Noah from the Geneva Water Hub for a short presentation.
Hi everyone. No, this is not working, so I'll stay there. It is. Great, so I'll stay here. Hi everyone, my name is Noah Kayal. I'm the lead diplomatic and international relationship specialist for the Geneva Water Hub. What is the Geneva Water Hub? We are a center of the University of Geneva. And why do we work? Why are we here today? We realize that there is a global water stress hotspots, and those global water stress hotspots are actually quite often also places where there is quite a lot of fragility, quite a lot of tensions, quite a lot of violence. We can see that in the Middle East, we can see that in the Sahel region, we can see that in South America, in many aspects of the world. So what we do is we use water and water cooperation as a vector for peace and as a vector for conflict transformation. This is our vision, this is how we work. We're a non-profit organization. We're working as a center of the University of Geneva, and we're doing that in 3 aspects. First, policy, advisory, advocacy. This is the first aspect. We're doing this together with international partners. Second, research and education. As I said, we're a center of the University of Geneva, so we're doing all the research that is needed to see how we can best use water cooperation as a vector for peace. And third, we're doing networking. We're doing that very well with the Swiss Water Partnership and other actors who are here today. Where we are today, we've been funded in 2015. In 2017, we've been having the launch of the report, A Matter of Survival, from the Global High-Level Panel on Water and Peace. And the quite recent highlight was in September this year. There has been the signing of a declaration between the Minister of Water of Gambia, Mauritania, Senegal, and Guinea regarding the Senegalo-Mauritanian aquifer basin. And this is a project that the Geneva Water Hub has been supporting since 2018. Business model, we've been until now financed in a big majority by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, by the University of Geneva and by the Graduate Institute, but we also have some funding from the EU, from the Finnish cooperation, and from Spain regarding a few projects. Yeah, let's keep that. And market position, that's where I want to spend a few times. The Geneva Water Hub has a quite unique position. Like we're in competition with EIHE Delft, which is also doing a lot of research and education, with Cifi, which is also working in the policy and advisory. But the Geneva Water Hub is the only center who really do all the aspects, who do research and education, who do policy and engagement with the global agenda, and who do also all this networking with global partners. Impact, we're working mainly at the cross-sectoral approach between SDG 6 and SDG 16. We work again on gender equality with the inclusion of women, on sustainable city and communities, on partnerships, as I said already, and on quality education. Just to give you an a number regarding our impact. Quality and education, we've trained more than 10,000 students over the world on water cooperation. Quickly meet the team. We're a team of 11 professionals working quite hardly every day to make water cooperation a tool for peace. Partnership, we're working together with university, the American University in Beirut. We're working with the Center for the Lake Region in Russia. We're working with the Organization of American States, just to give you a big overview globally. But we're also working on specific nodes, for example, regarding youth, regarding the media. We have right now a training of journalists for the World Water Forum. We're working on several aspects and several nodes. But we have a big challenge, and this is where I also want to spend a few times. We have a lack of diversity of core fundings. We're still lacking 2 million for core activities for the next 2 years. And this is really keen for us to continue developing our activities through time and with as much independence as possible, because again, we're research-based and we want to stay that way. My name is Noura Kayel. Once again, I'm representing the Geneva Water Hub, so don't hesitate to come also at the marketplace for a few questions and a few chats and a few coffee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noura. Our last presentation today of this session block from Marc Finot from the Geneva Center for Security Policy.
Thank you. I'm Marc Finot, the head of Arms Proliferation and Diplomatic Tradecraft at the Geneva Center for Security Policy, GCSP. You see this picture. This is the building where we are located as part of this big compound called Maison de la Paix, the House of Peace. And what we do is globally addressing global security challenges, including water security, and of course, seeking solutions in partnership with both International Geneva and the private sector. Our main activities include executive education, capacity building, training practitioners, diplomatic dialogue, offering a space of free discussion, free opportunities for addressing key issues, also research, and finally, last but not least, incubation of projects within our Global Fellowship Initiative. So the GCSP was established as an international non-profit foundation in 1995 on the initiative of the Swiss Confederation, which remains our main donor. We moved in 2014 to the Maison de la Paix that hosts several organizations and think tanks working on peace and security. Although we are a private foundation, we have member states, 53, including the Canton of Geneva, on our foundation council. And we train about 1,000 professionals every year and have a network already of over 10,000 alumni from the whole world. In terms of business model, our income comes mostly from our donors and our clients who pay for some of our services, which are on a commercial basis. Our customers are mainly government officials, representatives of international organizations, NGOs, and the private sector, and our budget is around 11 million Swiss francs. We are actually uniquely located in the heart of international Geneva, working with many international organizations, but also creating a bridge with the private sector in specific areas such as cybersecurity, emerging technologies, crisis management, health, and finally water. We have developed the so-called GCSP way, which is a set of methods and practices that capitalize on synergies between academics, practitioners, and the experience of our course participants. Our organization is fairly small, 92 staff and fellows, but it is diverse with 44 nationalities and agile. Among our partners are obviously governments, but also intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, think tanks, civil society networks, private companies in the whole spectrum of security issues, from traditional hard security issues to human security. And of course, we include water security or insecurity in several of our programs or projects. And as an example, one course actually would focus on maritime security. It will be an online course for practitioners in the shipping industry. And you know that Geneva has more shipping industry, shipping activities than Singapore. So there's a potential demand here. And that course would address physical, technological, and natural threats. But we need a sponsor now to start to launch this project. So if you're interested, of course, I'll be available to give you more detail. Meantime, thank you for your attention. My colleague Anna Brach, who's on this slide, was supposed to come with us, and she couldn't make it today, but she's available also as a contact. She's in charge of human security in our center. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. I think all the 4 participants for their presentations. As I said, different profiles, different experiences about cross-sector collaborations. Unfortunately, I was told that we are short of time and that we cannot afford to have the panel discussions. So I will just postpone it to the marketplace, actually, where everybody can then freely discuss with the participants and exchange about any topic they would like to discuss with them. So thank you, and maybe just also welcome anybody that is interested also to join the Swiss Water Partnership, that is Swiss-based or not Swiss-based, or as a member or simple partner. Do not hesitate. We are here to collaborate and support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederic. That was great. It was a really great set of presentations, and we do encourage continued conversation with each of these presenters in the marketplace. So thank you all for being here with us today. It was great. So in a moment, we'll be shifting, before we shift over to our keynote presentation, I have an opportunity to actually present a little bit about the investment sort of context and work of Arthur Networks, the organization that I'm with. And we'll be shifting over in a moment, and I'll be walking around, just checking that this works. It's working. Great. So thank you all. Thank you very much. So I'm switching hats from MC of the event today to presenting a little bit about Arthur Networks and my own work in impact investing for the last 15 years. And I have 5 minutes to share what it is that we do. Okay. Just a moment. I think we are a little bit early. Aha, thank you. Great. So, I'm coming at all of this from the perspective of an active impact investor, and we've been deploying capital in India for 15 years on behalf of a family. And we are completely aligned with the narratives of collaboration and co-investment and shared discovery, because it's hard to do this work, to find the projects, to do the due diligence, to do the investment appraisal, etc. So what I'm sharing with you today is a little bit about our investment journey and how it's brought us to realizing that we need on some level, tools and infrastructure to support what it is that we do. So we built a platform in 2008. Platforms are proliferating, as my friend Arthur Wood likes to say, faster than rabbits on Viagra. There are many, many platforms out there. We are one of them, but we are one of the early ones, and we're not trying to make success fees per se on transactions. We're trying to get folks to actually get into the mechanics of collaborating on due diligence, which, as many of you know, is part of the big challenge of understanding how to appraise and execute in emerging markets. So we have built this platform and a dashboard, and now we offer it to others. This is a slide which I think will win me the prize for the busiest slide here. I'm actually going to try to command the stage so that you don't even look at that slide. And just share that we've been on this journey now for 15 years. We started in 2007 with formulating the initiative, starting to make investments, and putting together a tool that would help us actually share the pipeline that we found, find others who are like-minded investors, those who seek to work with us, and allow them to come into our due diligence processes, our workflows. We started to license the tool to the Inter-American Development Bank, because a big bank realized that there's private wealth that's willing to come in and grease the wheels on smaller transactions that a development bank can't look at. So that was a great experience for us that took probably 20 years off of our lives, but we did manage to learn a lot, and it brought us to the conclusion that we would have to license the tool at a much faster rate and much more lightly and much more cheaply. So that is kind of where we've come to today. And it really comes out of the experience of designing something for investors by investors. Our model is very simple. It's a license model. The technology we have, we operate our own system in India with our own architecture. But the software as a service is available to anyone else who seeks to have an infrastructure that they don't have to build themselves, because that's been done before, and you suddenly become a technology company without wanting to be a technology company. We license to accelerators and incubators, to investor networks, to ecosystem builders, and also channel partners, those who already have big associations and members. It doesn't matter what the format is, it's all about using a similar, consistent infrastructure. So when we capture deal flow, that deal flow can travel across networks. There are many others who work in this space, but a good many of these are pure play technology providers. And what we bring, what we focus on is, well, we're an investor and we're an impact investor, and we know a lot of our peer investors, and that is the kind of the database and the relationships that we bring to make things a bit easier. Ultimately, it's about making life easier for the entrepreneurs that we find on the ground, those who we support, and we're trying to offer them access and just ease and the prospect of liquidity as they raise their various forms of capital over time. In terms of our impact, well, our goal is to catalyze more capital like everybody else in this room. We're just using a technology tool to support that. So we have an investor database that comes out of the breakfasts that we've been curating for the last 13 years. Our breakfast network, which is informal, free coffee. There is such a thing as free coffee and free croissant, and no membership fees. We just have conversation and learning. This has been now happening for several hundred sessions. We have 17 chapter cities and about 2,500 people involved. So it's a decent investor network, that's our own, and our waiter database is much bigger than that. We have a number of instances of the use of the technology in different geographies, in different cities, in different sector areas, and it's all about interoperability for us. Our team is comprised of myself, Kenneth Hines, Jussi Savolainen, and our advisor Stephen Koltai, but we also have a family office behind all of this, which is a big key differentiator and component, and also a developer team in India that we've been working with closely for 13 years. We support a wide range of networks. We've worked with Aga Khan and setting up a small platform to support Accelerate Prosperity. We also work with groups like Philgrow and Good Investors and so on. Today, what we're doing is expanding the proposition. We're raising equity for those who believe in the power of infrastructure and the importance of technology in powering collaboration. So I'm here all day, as you know. You know where I am, sitting on the stage doing the emceeing. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about our journey and our work. It's much appreciated. Okay, so switching hats, we now ease seamlessly into our keynote presentation. The keynote, we have the honor of having Mr. Simon Zadek with us, Chairman of the Finance for Biodiversity Initiative. And with that, without further ado, over to you, Simon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think my early entry into your own 5-minute presentation was kind of fun, but this one is the real one.
It was.
So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So look, thanks to Innovate for Water for inviting me to make this presentation. Actually, I'm kind of keen to get through it because what I'm really wanting to listen to are some of the pictures that are then to come in the context of what I'm going to make a few reflections on. So, so let me kind of set out a little bit of a macro context within which I think some of the pictures and discussions today and yesterday are taking place. If there's one thing to take out of the 15 minutes that I've got, it's that although we have a long and troubled history in the dynamic relationship between nature and the global economy, we have reached somewhat of a watershed. And although you would probably expect me to argue that the watershed is because of the deteriorated state of nature and the critical and dangerous effects that that may have more broadly and in relation to climate, actually, my historical edge looks slightly different. I think we are at the pivot point of a moment in history where nature or natural capital for the first time is going to be monetized at scale. And so in a sense, we get what we want to, which is nature becomes counted and increasingly counted in the global economy. And the question is whether that is the opening to a new era where we live more effectively and build our economies in harmony with natural capital or nature, or whether actually we're standing on the edge of a precipice where monetization will lead to an acceleration of extractive and inequitable outcomes. And I think that choice is always in our hands. And if there's anything to do, it's sort of now. So that would be my sort of overall message that I think we're all now working within. Now, let me sort of tease that out in a little bit more detail. Let me start by saying the same thing in 4 simple numbers. So it is a truism that 100% of our global economy is 100% dependent on nature, contrary to many other estimates that suggest 30 or 40% or 20% or many other numbers that flick around, that there is no job, no product, no service, no market that isn't entirely and exclusively dependent on nature. And so we have to think what that truism means for the way in which we build our markets going forward. And to illustrate that, to my second set of numbers, the global food system today is about an $8 trillion a year food part of the global economy. And if you think of the global economy as at around $90 trillion, you can see how significant a chunk of our global economy the food system really is. The World Bank, however, estimates that the annual negative externalities of the food system amount to $12 trillion. So 50%, if you like, in monetized form, more than the total revenue flows associated with that sector. And that basically breaks into nature effects, climate effects, and public health effects. And of course, the number's an estimate, and we can debate the scale, and all the rest of it is true, but it gives an indication of the scale of the challenge that we have as we begin to monetize nature and drive it into the way in which markets function. Again, to illustrate the same point, but perhaps through a different lens, some of you may have seen a report out a few days ago, if not a week or so ago, calculating the total amount of annual environmental related subsidies. 1.8 trillion was the estimate of the B team and others working with them, principally in ag and forestry, but also in other areas. So $1.8 trillion a year of perverse subsidies, very similar to the sorts of numbers that you see in the discussion about climate and clean energy and fossil fuel subsidies. And my fourth and last number, just to kind of keep us on the road, is really to do with carbon markets and the emergence, particularly in the last couple of years, of voluntary carbon markets. So these are where corporates are effectively reaching out to buy voluntary carbon offsets in order to drive their position down to net zero in advance of their ability to rid themselves of all carbon emissions. And that surge in markets, which will grow into markets probably numbering tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars a year, the estimates are that 40% of carbon offsets available for voluntary carbon markets will come from nature-based solutions, i.e. will be associated with the management of natural capital and the associated carbon storage ecosystem service characteristics of natural capital. So just think of at least that carbon piece as an illustration of the scale of importance of natural capital going forward in the way in which we deal with climate change. So all of those numbers, and there are many others, of course, that one could put on the table, are all intended to sort of point again to this critical role of natural capital and the increasing monetization of natural capital in our global economy. Now, Finance for Biodiversity, or F4B, the organization that I chair, as the name suggests, was born to focus on the nexus between finance and nature in particular. And much of our work has focused on how the financial community, if you like, prices nature, and that in the main has to do with risks associated with the dependency of economic assets on economics, on ecosystem services from nature assets. And so unlike carbon, where you look at carbon emissions coming out of economic entities, in this case, we're focused principally on the issue of dependencies and impacts, not the economic asset in and of itself. And the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, launched in the middle of last year, is the equivalent of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, and is, if you like, the foundational initiative emerging in the global financial sector to drive nature-related risk and opportunities into financial decision-making across all financial and capital markets. And that work has really only just begun, but is quickly moving not to overtake the work of climate-related risk, which is now reasonably mature, but is certainly rising very rapidly on the radar of a growing proportion of the financial community internationally. And we begin to see nature-related risk figuring in all sorts of aspects of different parts of the financial system. Most recently, we begin to see natural capital featuring in sovereign debt markets, $100 trillion worth of sovereign debt markets. As we have seen in the last 5 years, climate risk becoming an increasingly significant factor, so too we're beginning now to see nature figuring, or nature capital figuring, in the way in which sovereign risk is priced, or indeed looking at some of the nature debt swaps and nature performance bond innovations in the market, also seeing how nature is becoming an area where commitments are being made by sovereign issuers in return for reduced costs of capital. Today, as we speak, a team from the new government of Chile is doing a roadshow around Europe. It plans to issue its first sustainability-linked sovereign bond, which will in fact be the world's first sustainability-linked sovereign bond linked to climate and nature-related outcomes. So very interesting developments happening at that nexus between large-scale financing as well and the nature side of the game. But of course, finance and nature is an important piece of the story, but not the whole story. And what we also need to look at is the real economy and what's going on there. And there we begin to see a sort of comparative emergence of a similar scenario with a new generation of nature markets beginning to emerge. By nature markets, I guess I would simply say markets where there are nature-specific revenue streams associated with it. Now, obviously, some of those are markets that have been around forever and a day. We might call them intrinsic markets, where food or wood or other aspects of nature are being actively traded. So that's, we know, but are of course becoming of increasing interest and scale and value and profitability across a number of different sectors. The carbon link to nature-based solutions is an area I've already highlighted. Surging amounts of revenue flows and deals being done in buying carbon offsets linked to nature assets. And gradually, we begin to see a real first generation of biodiversity credits, so beyond carbon, beginning to feature across a number of markets. Probably water at a national level being a case in point. Look at the work that's going on in Australia. But when one looks at the pipeline of work that's going on amongst many of the innovators, we can imagine in years to come that there will be large and liquid biodiversity credit markets out there, for better or worse. And that's, of course, the underlying point that I'll come back to again and again. Now, how does that all fit into what we might call a broader geocompetitive landscape? What's happened in the climate space, of course, is that for a long time, the financial community has been reluctant to engage in the climate agenda. And then sort of one day, and of course it's a caricature, they woke up and went, my goodness, we can make huge amounts of money out of this. We should really pile in. And that was very apparent at COP26 in Glasgow. But will it be apparent in COP15 in Kunming when the Conference on Biological Diversity plays itself out? And the answer is probably no. In the climate space, we see deep technological transformation, notably in the energy system, but cascading out to mobility and infrastructure and so on. And all of that drives a new generation of highly profitable markets. In the nature space, the same is not yet true. And so we're opening our eyes to ask, really, where are those large scale, scalable, commoditizable, industrializable investment opportunities going to grow? In some ways, food is to nature as energy is to carbon. And so one quite naturally looks to whether there are going to be large-scale surges in investment opportunities in the food space as it begins to transition towards not just a net zero, but a nature positive and affordable nutrition model. And not surprisingly, certainly some of us look to vertical farming, alternative protein as the closest we can see to a sort of next-gen capital-intensive set of opportunities in that space. I guess just closing off on this opening set of remarks, I would come back to my original point, which is historically, our challenge has been, how can we ensure that nature is countered where effectively it is marginalized, ignored, or even have negative prices associated with it across the global economy? Today, we see this extraordinary pivot beginning to happen with the monetization of nature across multiple markets in the financial economy as well as the real economy. Our challenge, of course, is to make specific investments, and in many ways, that's what we're looking at during the course of today and yesterday. But it's well worthwhile doing that in the broader context of thinking about how nature markets are going to emerge in the future that are not extractive, that are governed effectively, that deliver nature positive outcomes and the equitable distribution of those rewards. I guess in closing, the sort of English adage, be careful what you ask for comes to mind. And I think that's the moment we've arrived at in the role of nature in the global economy, but it's entirely within our hands how we shape financial instruments, products, and the governance of markets to ensure that at this moment of change, we will deliver the kind of nature positive outcomes that we're actually all committed to. Thank you very much. I think I've kept within time, which was the primary demand from the organizers. So with that, I pass it back to you.
Thank you indeed, Simon. Thank you very much for so aptly setting the frame for the next set of conversations. That indeed we have our friend and colleague, Nicholas Nigley, Deputy Secretary General of the Republic and Canton of Geneva, with us to take us forward not only for the pitch sessions, but also for the afternoon session thereafter. Thank you again, and over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, dear Audrey. Thanks to the organizers for having me here today. Delighted to be part of this event, and very much looking forward after this setting the scene, after this zooming out of water to nature and biodiversity, really getting into pitches on what concretely already exists and can be scaled up. And this afternoon we will then get into a macro strategic discussion on how nature and biodiversity finance could really be a huge opportunity for Geneva and very clearly, obviously, for the world. Simon set the stage brilliantly, as he always does. No question about that. Let's now hear about our colleagues, from our colleagues, what solutions are indeed available. And I'd like here to start by introducing the pictures. There is Gerrit here in the seat, physically present with us. Thank you so much, Gerrit, for traveling from Zurich. We will then move to Lisbeth. I'll obviously introduce all of you guys when you do your pitches, but I just wanted to acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much, Lisbeth. You're going to talk about sustainable government procurement, which is public procurement, I'm sure, and others. We will then have, because this is phygital, obviously, we'll have people online. Vayan Sharif is going to talk digitally online, Myra Mermi as well, and then we'll finish here with Mark Halle, who is indeed very much in his seat. So, Gerrit, you're project director of the Green Digital Finance Alliance, and you will talk to us about digital finance technology and how this is rapidly changing the ways in which we can bring about and speed up behavioral change in relation to sustainable finance, but more importantly, nature and biodiversity finance. Gerrit, may I leave you the floor? Thank you so much.
So, okay, hi everyone. As briefly introduced, my name is Gerrit. I'm introducing to you the Every Action Counts Coalition, which is actually a bit at a broader scale. And we believe in the massive impact, the positive impact that consumers around the globe can have on nature and climate. But let's maybe first look at a few problems that are important to know. Did you know that 4 out of 5 main drivers of biodiversity loss are actually linked to consumer decisions? Or that 40% of Europeans maybe claim that they care about environmentally friendly products, but only half of them are actually buying them. And the same also for investments, or even a bigger gap. While 69% say they would love to do sustainable investments, only 10% are doing so. And that's what we call the say-do gap, and we're trying to accelerate the closing of this gap. So our approach entails working with digital platforms around the globe that have a huge customer base. We equip them with expertise on climate and nature topics, but also on behavioral science in the sustainability context. And we build on what people have already as values, behaviors, motivations, and combine that in our work. So especially like when I talk about digital platforms, we work with e-commerce companies, mobile payment players, and companies that work on retail investments. And last year we have been able to gather already 14 of those that combine a worldwide user base of 2.7 billion people. So, and we have gathered them around a joint pledge that they will creatively leverage technology and partnerships to transparently inform their customers and drive actually green behaviors and actions. And doing so, reaching 1 billion people by 2025. So large target, but of course also a large user base that they can work from. We are a network that is not formally incorporated, but hosted by the Green Digital Finance Alliance, a non-profit that was launched 4 years ago from the UNEP and with support of Ant Group. And currently we are funded from philanthropic investor money as well as project and corporate grants. In the network that we operate, we bring together smart minds from academia and other knowledge areas, as well as from business, so that they can exchange and develop together methodologies and tools. We help them also in this process and support the experiments that they do in which they develop green digital user journeys. And we facilitate collaboration among those partners and screen what kind of innovators are already out there that can actually even make their work faster. And lastly, we help them also to understand the global context that they operate in. So last year, apart from this gathering, we had a first publication of green behaviors that are desired to support on these platforms, close to knowledge partnership with IUCN to bring on our biodiversity knowledge. And we started already working on first experiments, especially in e-commerce, Southeast Asia, and plastic behaviors, as well as in the retail investment space and how you factor in nature risk. So at the end of the year, we could already showcase some of the work of our partners at COP26. This work that we showcase often is especially also, and that we support, is really centered around putting tools into the hand of the consumer that help them understand the impact of their decisions, and on the other side, give them also the tools and mechanics so that they can actually also act in the moment when they understand, and combining it potentially with incentives that also help the conversion acceleration. So we're just a small team that is running ESC, but embedded into GDFA, we can build on a great board representing also executives from Africa and China, as well as from biodiversity in this case, as well as an even broader advisory board, and many more people that would be too many to name here. Partnerships we seek, especially with the kinds of supranational organizations for the knowledge expertise, but also with philanthropic investors, like also Finance for Biodiversity, very actively engaged with our mission. And we work with private sector companies from startup space and subject matter experts on the themes that we work on. At the moment, we look mostly for experts in behavioral science that have a digital background, and philanthropic investors that are less project focused but would support our general mission. Thanks a lot, and let's use digital innovation to make every action count.
Thank you so much, Gerrit. You spoke about a small team, but I would say, it's not the size that counts. It's essentially the inspiration it provides and how much, power it can unleash. So that is really brilliant. And I think your call has been heard. There are lots of people here dealing with neuroscience in town. So yes, maybe there might be some follow-up conversations here. But thank you so much again for that. In football, people have yellow cards and red cards. I have a blue card because it's, after all, Innovate for Water. So that's for people who essentially get way above 5 minutes, get a blue card, right? I'm supposed to be the referee here. So that being said, let me pass the floor to Lisbeth. No pressure. No pressure at all. Lisbeth, you're the Sustainable Public Procurement Expert at IISD, and you're going to talk to us about nature-based infrastructure solutions and how, essentially, on the one side, how available they already are, and how cost-effective they are. And to me, this is going to be fascinating because in a previous life, I worked on the WTO government procurement agreement. So I'm fascinated by what you're going to say. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and I'll indeed hope to stay within the 5 minutes before the blue card goes up. So my name is Lisbeth Kazir, and I currently am also the coordinator of the MBI, Nature-Based Infrastructure Resource Center, which is a new flagship initiative at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, supported by MAVA Foundation, the GEF, and UNIDO. And what we aim to do with the MBI Center over the years to come is to increase the predictability and the certainty on the performance of nature in providing infrastructure services. So what we're essentially doing is looking at how to make nature-based infrastructure an asset class by looking into how wetlands and dunes perform for protecting us against flooding, by looking into how green spaces in urban areas can help mitigate the heat island effect, and how examples like mangroves and mangrove restoration actually avoid coastal erosion. And how we do that, and what we do, is we apply what we call the Sustainable Asset Valuation Methodology, or in short, SAVI, to a range of infrastructure projects to look at what are the ESG risks, what are the co-benefits, and what are the revenue streams that can be derived from nature-based infrastructure projects. And we compare that economic and financial performance with how built, gray, traditional infrastructure performs. And SAVI is a tool that's embedded in systems thinking, something we very much need today. It encompasses a toolbox of system dynamics models, spatial models, as well as project finance models. And it integrates some of the best-in-class climate data coming from the EU Copernicus Climate Data Store to help us better assess the climate risks on infrastructure projects. SAVI is a tool that we apply together with partners, local partners on the ground in countries across the globe, and we co-create the models to better identify what are the true material risks and impacts of projects. So indeed, that is what we are currently doing, looking at wetlands and dunes, comparing them with flood defense walls or wastewater treatment plants for the infrastructure services they provide. And we've been doing that over the past years in up to now 20 different projects. And we will be doing that, scaling that up to more than 40 projects globally over the next 4 years. The SAVI methodology has been developed with the support of the MAVA Foundation, the Copernicus Climate Data Store, and we have a variety of public and private partners in the infrastructure space that support us in this journey. And this is the opportunity we have today, the market in which we operate. There's an infrastructure needs of about $4.29 trillion annually to meet the global infrastructure needs. And we must shift part of that into building with nature if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and if we are to do that within the limits of the Paris Agreement. And this is what we are already seeing today. Based on the different SAVI assessments on nature-based infrastructure projects, we can already see that on average, investing in nature-based infrastructure instead of in traditional infrastructure is 50% cheaper. And on top of that, it provides us with an average 28% more value for money because we are able to measure and incorporate the co-benefits that these types of infrastructure projects bring. And that's really what we need to do moving forward, to build that global body of knowledge by applying the methodology to various projects. Here you see a couple of donors and partners who have been working with us in this space. And these range from actors infrastructure planners and developers, to investors, to knowledge and civil society partners. And we very much hope to expand this network over the next years. A snapshot of our team, an interdisciplinary team, so that we're able to bring the perspectives from different academic backgrounds into our SAVI assessments. And finally, my call for you today is that we're looking for projects, infrastructure projects that have a nature-based component already, or some that might benefit from looking and adding one, so that we can help value those in integrated cost-benefit analysis and through project finance models to make the case for nature-based infrastructure as an economically viable and financially viable option for investments. So I'll be here, looking forward to talking to all of you today, and these are the contact details. So thank you very much for the opportunity to being here.
Amazing, Lisbeth. Thank you so much for that. This was so inspiring. Please contact her. You know her details. I mean, I don't want you to all invade the scene here, but she's here during the lunch. So thank you so much, Lisbeth. And again, your point is really you demonstrate how PPP squared can really make a big difference. Public-private partnerships for planet, people, and prosperity. So this is really doing the right thing for the long term, but also doing the right thing in terms of the profit aspect, so purpose and profit coming together, brilliant. So the next pitch is Vayan Sharif. He's the head of sustainability of FNZ Group, and Vayan is supposed to be online. Vayan, here we go. Hi, how are you doing? Can you hear us?
Doing really well, Nicola. Thank you.
So the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone for inviting us here, Nicola, for your kind invitation to participate, and to the participants, distinguished participants. Very, very happy to be able to share some of our thinking with you. So as Nicola said, my name is Dr. Vayan Sharif, and I actually wear two hats. The first is that I am Group Head of Sustainability at FNZ. This is a wealth tech platform that supports the infrastructure that distributes some $1.5 trillion worth of wealth around the world to individual retail investors. And I'm the co-founder or founder now of Nature Alpha, an insights platform for financial nature-related risk data. So what is our vision? In terms of Nature Alpha, nature, as Simon said, is the foundation upon which our global economy is built. It's nothing more or less than that. And so our vision, combining these two aspects of what I do, are for the global economy to make that work for nature as well as investors. But our mission really is to change the ecosystem so that every dollar invested is aligned with nature positive outcomes. Now that is a very tall order, I know, and there are challenges in front of us. Just before I go into the challenges though, this is a really interesting part of the ecosystem, as many of you who are associated with finance will know. We know that nature degradation and planetary boundaries, exceeding our planetary boundaries in relation to natural capital, is a systemic risk. But we're noticing that there is a move to nature focus that's being driven by regulation, the TNFD, Article 29 in France, and the SFDR, and investor demand. But we also know that global assets run using some kind of environmental, social, or governance screen are set to exceed something like $53 trillion. So we have a very interesting moment in the ecosystem to change how we think about these kinds of challenges. Now, what do we get told? We get told that there is a lack of credible decision-grade data out there at the asset level. We know that there's an issue in terms of how we distribute these insights at scale, whether that's $53 trillion worth of ESG assets or $120 trillion worth of money that's in global capital markets. But we also know that we have to achieve real change on the ground. Even if we do start to think about nature in terms of our financial decision-making, how do we channel that money so that it makes change on the ground? Now, we would challenge at Nature Alpha that there actually is an issue. we think that actually there is a lot of data out there. We think that we can look at nature-related risks and dependencies in a multifaceted way, and that there are a lot of very interesting data sets out there, but we have to combine them to make them useful for investors and financial decision makers. That is what we've done at Nature Alpha. So we have brought together leading thinkers. We work with science-based insights to bring together a technologically enabled platform of insights that help financial decision makers actually start to understand nature-related risks and dependencies and to price that into material issues when they're thinking about those investment decisions. And here is a view of some of the insights we've been able to build in that space. We can't do this alone. As I've said, we partner with leading universities like Oxford and Cambridge, but also with leading institutions like, or movements like the TNFD. We work with IUCN. We also work with the Every Action Counts Coalition. So Garrett, lovely to hear you and see you on the stage here. This is not the end of the challenge though. Once we have these insights, we need to get them into the hands of the asset managers to create insights that can inform our investment products. And we do that through distribution platforms like FNZ. So these are the kinds of development that can start to shape the ecosystem to get investment decision-making into the hands of individual investors at scale. And if we look at the opportunity here, we're looking at a market that is rapidly growing in terms of ESG tilt investments. And we know, and this talks to Garrett's point in the Every Action Counts Coalition, we understand through a number of studies that end investors do want to understand the impact of their investments on the world around them, as well as the returns that they are receiving. But increasingly, it's being proven that actually these two outcomes, whether it be financial returns or whether it be positive environmental and societal outcomes, can happen, and they are correlated. The Holy Grail here for us, once we start to be able to measure this risk and impact in terms of nature-related risks and impacts, we can start to correlate that to the sorts of restoration credits that Simon was talking about to create a circular system which ends up being positive in terms of its regeneration potential. Next steps, we invite any of you who are interested to participate in a number of consultations we'll be running over the next few months. We'd be very happy to help partner with you to solve your specific challenges if this is something you're thinking about or capturing this opportunity. And if you'd like to trial some of these insights on nature-related risks and dependencies, biodiversity-related risks and dependencies at scale, we'd be delighted to invite you to trial them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Did we lose her already? Vian, can you hear us already? Still? Okay, she's gone. Okay. I wanted to tell her how awesome she was. I mean, hopefully she listens anyway.
I'm still here.
Here we go. Vian, no. I just wanted to thank you so much. For this brilliant pitch you made and how awesome this was and how this invite you sent us all is really mouth-watering. So very clearly that's something we should reflect on and see how we can collaborate. Thank you so much indeed for being with us. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vian. Great. Look. We need to move forward and to move to Mayra. Mayra Mirmi is the founder of One Farm. And Mayra is going, obviously, as the name suggests, to talk to us a bit about the agricultural world and commodities in this context and biodiversity related to agriculture. Mayra, do we have you online? Mayra, where are you in the cyberspace? Here you are. Where are you based at the moment? We can't hear you. You might be on mute, possibly.
Yeah, my mic was on mute, but I'm here.
Excellent. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from the Netherlands.
Excellent. So I hope the weather is great over there, and the word is yours. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to share my screen right now. Um, hmm. It's not sharing. Just hold on a second.
Open your slides and then you.
Mark, can you move forward?
Full screen, put it.
The delay. I'm Mira Miram. I'm the CEO of One Farm. One Farm is a business we're set up as a mission and a business to grow food at scale using basically as little water as possible. And somebody is moving my slides around. That would be best not to. Our mission, you actually move back my slides. That would be really good of you.
Myra, something you might have been, I don't know, somebody maybe
Again.
cyber-hacked you, or
yeah,
I don't
probably.
quite know, but what we can do is perhaps just...
No, it's Myra who is moving her slide. She has the control. So it's up to you, Myra.
She's not, so we maybe
Okay,
have a cyber resilience issue here.
It's really fine. Let's start again.
But Myra, do you want to try to fix this? And we have Mark Halle doing his pitch before you. That gives you about 5-6 minutes.
I'm completely fine. I'll just get on with this.
Okay.
Let's start at the beginning. There is a reason for setting up a business that requires much less water, land space, and inputs to produce food. Agriculture uses 70% of food worldwide, which you will know, and the pressure on water supply from farming is in addition to extractive, it discharges large quantities of agrochemicals and into the water tables. This means that you take the EU and there's about 38% of water that is badly impacted from pressure from agriculture. In other countries, it's larger, and there is an increasing desertification in the world. So what do we need to do? We took the option of vertical farming because we can produce high quantities, high qualities of fresh food and plant pharma at scale. What does it do? It removes pressure on land, so it avoids an impact on nature. It minimizes water usage and wastage. That's both food and water wastage. We avoid pollution of water because we are a closed circular system, and we have the lowest CO footprint per square meter of production of actually any kind of agriculture. This comes with a but. And the but is that vertical farming must be done in a particular way in order to achieve this. It's not any vertical farm. It depends on the choices of technology and systems. We have decided to build a local food for local people at scale. So we provide per 5,000 square meters of space, we can provide enough food for around 1,000 tons of food every day. We produce a basket of crops. So it's vegetables, small fruits, herbs, nutritionals, and the value of the nutrition and the taste is exceptional. We have much longer shelf life because we don't have to use preservatives, and that of course reduces waste. The only water that we lose is in the plants that we distribute to our clients. Every other liter of water is recycled and reused. So the traits that I was describing are in our systems hydroponic. They're closed loop, so there's no water loss. Water is recycled. We re-extract the nutritional elements within the water, which is called fertigation. And so we can reuse that and reuse the water. Because we don't use pesticides, we don't have to wash the crops, and that both increases shelf life and it avoids completely the need for washing the food, which you may or may not know uses extraordinary amounts of water. Our products are distributed locally. Locally, I mean within 100 to 200 miles, and we intend on rolling out our systems throughout countries so that that can be possible. To give an example of water savings and what it means, closed loop systems like this save around 95% of water. Sometimes it's a little bit less, but to give an example, field lettuce consumes 250 liters of water per kilo produced, and we use 3 kilos, of which 1 leaves our system in the food, and that's it. Open field, of course, as you know, contaminates groundwater with runoff pesticides. We sincerely hope that that will be improving in the future years because we're part of a food system. We're not trying to eliminate or replace parts of the system that are absolutely necessary for ground crops, wheat, barley, and the rest. Our savings per square meter are increased by the fact that we grow vertically. So we stack on layers up to 12 meters high, which means that our crops per square meter are increased up to 8 to 18 times, depending on the height of the actual crop. In addition, we grow throughout the year. There is no impact from weather or climate. And our growth cycles are typically much shorter than field cycles because we optimize what plants feed off of. So for instance, 10 days for vertical farming to produce lettuce, whereas in the field it's 30 days. But in addition, we have many cycles per year. So overall, our yields are around 30 times higher per square meter than in open fields. And so our savings in water are simply extraordinary. Vertical farming is not just salad. That's the greatest misnomer. We can grow all sorts of small vegetables, small fruits, high protein peas, medicinal plants, and therefore we can protect nature in a significant way. And to give you an example, medicinal and aromatic plants use around 77 million hectares of land, which is around the same size as the production of agriculture in Brazil. So it's enormous. And for instance, Sudan exports medicinal plants, is a very large exporter, and yet has very little water resource. We would like to help and ensure that one can reduce water pressure and yet still have the availability of growing plants for medicinal and food purposes. The timeline that we have been working to, well, I've been working in agri and food since 1983. By the 1990s, it was absolutely clear that weather change and impacts were so significant that we had to make a big push to change the way that food was grown. So we incorporated, after many years of research, in 2016, and we spent the next 5 years optimizing our system on seed, substrate, nutrition, and lighting recipes. We built a highly experienced team and a world-class board, and we are rolling out our first production unit in the next few days. This will be followed by a large rollout, and we look forward to meeting you, seeing you again, in order to see how your views on agriculture and new systems will be evolving. I want to thank you very much. We hope that we'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mayra. Another amazing presentation, and you did truly a tour de force, Mayra. First of all, you overcame cyber risk. Second, you offered us solutions for mouth-watering food. Again, I come up with this adjective. And then there was an enormous amount for food for thought in your presentation. So linking those three makes it a truly remarkable presentation, and I think your message has been heard loud and clear indeed. So thank you so much once again for being with us, and I wish you a wonderful day take good care.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much. All right, okay, let's move on. We get back from the digital sphere to the physical sphere, and we welcome here Mark. Who needs to present Mark Halle? Perhaps I should. He is a man with many hats on his head, founder of Better Nature. He is a member of the leadership group of F4B, and obviously a senior advisor of FC4S, and so many more things. But Mark, you're more importantly really a great friend, and it's a fantastic pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicholas. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be among all of you. I realize I'm in the very dangerous position that I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, so I will try and make it oh, maybe not then. Okay. I will try and make it brief. I can make it brief partly because Simon introduced the subject so well. The question, the challenge of incorporating nature, natural capital, and nature performance in financial instruments. And I'm simply going to illustrate one of those today. I will start by a very brief statement of the problem. All around the world, in developing countries, there is a very serious level of indebtedness. That indebtedness and the need to serve it requires countries to divert funds from what otherwise could be an investment in climate and nature. And the COVID situation has greatly increased that indebtedness so that it's now clearly unsustainable. And the solution that we would like to present for it is a financial instrument that eases countries' access to capital, improves its indebtedness situation, while at the same time advancing nature goals. So Simon talked about the real problem of financial systems not incorporating natural capital value, not pricing it properly, as a result skewing the whole economic system, and the other problem that risk sharing, the perception of risk, is falsified by this same thing. And so we believe that there's a big opportunity for debt markets to evolve to meet these needs, and this is already happening. We all know, I think, that green bonds have exploded. Green bonds are a use of proceeds instrument, and they have gone from something like $15 billion in 2013 to over $1 trillion in the last year. So that there is a huge development here, but we believe that there's a new generation of financial instruments coming, emerging already, that are in fact sustainability-linked bonds. They are bonds that are linked to sustainability outcomes in a way that also assists in countries' access to capital. And as Simon mentioned, $1 trillion worth of sustainability bonds were issued in 2021 alone. So what is it we need to do to make this market emerge quickly? The first is that we need to support policy-based action that incentivizes performance, so that the performance link to the bond, to the capital access, is made very explicit. We need to do this in a way that lowers the cost of capital for the borrowing countries, and it supports their economic recovery. We need to do this in a way that enhances risk sharing, so that we are not dealing with increasing numbers of defaults on the part of countries that are crumbling under the weight of their debt. And we need to improve risk pricing so that we align with nature. And you can see that some of the publications there that indicate that we are already well along the way here. Simon mentioned the emerging bonds in Chile, the sovereign bond that they're trying to float. I'm working on one in Pakistan, where in exchange for specific nature performance, Pakistan can get access to capital in a way that they cannot now. It's a heavily indebted country, but linking it to this nature performance or climate performance gives them an opportunity to exploit new markets and float new instruments. What do we need to do to make this happen? And this is the work that we are doing in Finance for Biodiversity. The first is to establish a new facility that will support market building and the subsequent issuance at scale. So there are patches, there are pilots, there are things happening. We need to bring that knowledge together and specifically structure it so that we are supporting issuance at scale. The second is to advance market building through a new facility that creates the opportunity to gather best practice and to support the efforts of the many different countries and organizations that want to get into this field. We need to develop guidance for the market. You probably know that the International Capital Markets Association has issued guidelines or principles for sustainably linked bonds. We need to develop these into much more specificity so that they're available to those interested in these markets. And finally, we need to align the market infrastructure. We are working with credit rating agencies on the role of nature in sovereign credit ratings, and we are working with the IMF to ensure that they incorporate nature into their own debt sustainability analysis. So looking forward, we think that there are wonderful opportunities out there to move this to scale. Among financial centers who need to build the necessary capacity, among governments who need to mobilize sources of capital for nature and climate ambitions, intermediaries, including investors, investment banks, and so on, to help broker these deals, and investors who have now a much wider range of opportunities to build nature-positive and net zero investment offerings. What we are going to do next, in closing, is to explore the role of China in this. As you know, China is one of the key creditor countries in the world. They're showing signs of being willing to link relief on debt to climate and nature priorities, and we would like to work with them to accelerate that. We would like to do more engaging the private sector on how to build investor appetite for this kind of thing. We need to innovate work on the impact of sovereign credit ratings, and to share this work we're doing with the IMF on debt sustainability analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark, for this. You spoke about China, amongst many other things. There is a Chinese proverb that goes to the following: talk doesn't cook rice. Essentially, we are approaching, the break. So I wish you bon appétit. I do not intend to summarize now, for the very simple reason that we'll come back to these issues this afternoon with a great panel. So we will keep on developing this discussion that we just started with the brilliant pitches and obviously the keynote by Simon. So I think you all have deserved now, after we spoke so much about appetite and mouth-watering proposals and things like this, you have the right, you deserve now to get some food on top of the food for thought. And with that, Audrey, you wanted to take back the floor for a second?
Yes, I must.
But before you do that, I just wanted to suggest you all guys in the audience offer all of the pitchers another round of applause. It's very well deserved indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
Audrey,
you very
yeah, here we go.
much. Thank you, Nicolas. I actually have, I must keep you for another 3 minutes from your lunch. I wanted to say thank you so much. That indeed, Nicholas, we're lucky enough that you'll be moderating our afternoon session post-lunch. We have just a brief 3-minute intervention from our colleagues and friends at Clawel, and we're going to have just a brief pitch moment, and the screen should shift any minute now, and then we go straight to lunch. May I just remind you, in the meantime, that all the sessions, all the needs and solutions, and all the elements that you're seeing today are available. You can come back to them and find them on the event page. They're also all available on the email that you would have received. So just bearing in mind that all of this is accessible and at your fingertips. Switching over now to the screen. There we go. So our colleagues at Clawel, we have a few minutes here, 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely.
Hey, for those. Thank you. For those who were there yesterday, it's going to be a copy-paste of my super talk. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to Nicolas and Brieux, who is backstage taking care of all the slides. At Claywell, yeah, what do we do and who we are? Basically, there is Steve behind the camera, and there is all a big team behind in the régie, and basically we are taking care of the live streaming and making sure this hybrid event works. You saw the different speakers online, and basically this is our job to make sure it works. But there is another additional thing that is important for you, is that all the talks, all the pitches, all the slides that you saw today and yesterday are recorded, and it's online. It's going to be online very soon. And what you will be able to do with that is to be able to search for your best keynote presentation and to have a look at the slides and being able to invest in, for instance, Nazir's company, right? So with that, you are able to do the replay, to search by keywords, and it's basically to continue the conversation beyond these 2 days, right, Nicolas? So basically, we are webcasting partner of this Fédération des Entreprises Romandes here in Geneva. We are also active in all Switzerland and beyond. So if you have a need for technical help with your conferences, we are also partner of the CICG next to the United Nations, and we can help you with your conferences, your webinar, and upcoming hybrid events. I think that's it. Did you want to add something, Nicolas? Okay, thank you very much to you, and have a good food.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll just add, I've never seen such smooth, seamless interaction, hybrid interaction. So this is really amazing. I wish you all a bon appétit. It's lunchtime. We'll come back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody, from what was a very nice lunch. I hope everybody's gotten a chance to connect and decompress and get ready for a fun-filled couple of hours ahead. What we have right now is a brief 5-minute pitch, a presentation from a face you know well from yesterday, Vincent Nassar, who himself will be subjected to the laser-tight precision templating of the I4W pitching. And now it's his turn. So welcome, Vincent.
Thank you. I need the microphone and the clicker. Yeah, the challenge is high. But I'm honored, actually, to be the ambassador of Innovate for Water for this pitch, especially that I have joined Innovate for Water 2 months ago only. Now, as we mentioned yesterday, Innovate for Water enables, it enables the deployment of marketplace events, of local marketplace events, to build bridges between, as we said also, the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society. Before the event, we select our key partners with whom we share the same values, and also we coach all the participants on a standardized pitch to facilitate the connections among all the participants. And during the event, in that way we can have a smooth event and a strict event. And after the event, we do a follow-up for the solutions, and we try also to scale up the solutions. Now, Innovate for Water started in 2015, and the first marketplace occurred here in Geneva in 2017. In 2022 now, we are preparing the 13th event that's going to happen in Arles on the 17th of May. And we have already organized marketplaces on 3 continents: Africa, of course, Europe, and Asia. Now, we have a recognized brand, and thanks to this brand, we hope by 2017 to reach more than 200 marketplaces on all the 5 continents. The budget of such event varies between 65,000 to 150 Ks. 80% of this budget stems from the sponsors and 20% from the tickets. Did you buy a ticket? Thanks to Intent, that was co-founded by Mr. Andre Hoffman, you are not paying the tickets. So thank you, Intent. Our business model, yeah, we can upload Intent, yeah, sure. Our business model have 2 distinctive points. The first one, so far, you have seen more than 70 solutions, different solutions. But those solutions, they have one common thing. What is it? They are kind of mature solutions that need to be taken to the second level. This is what our partners and competitors, actually, with whom we co-compete, this is how we distinct ourselves from them. And the second point is that we are faster in implementing the solutions. So far, since 2017, we have sent more than 600 solutions. And here you can see a sample of 3 solutions where the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society collaborate together in building bridges and finding innovative financial solutions related to the water nexus. For this event, we were really happy to have our board members yesterday. 3 of them were here. The members of Waterpreneur, the operational members, or les Trois Mousquetaires, also were here. Anna and I were helping on the association level, and the operational team of Intent also was closely collaborating with us. And also, I would like to thank our volunteers, Max, Noah, Georges, and Nicolas. Qui? That's it. No, Stan. No, Stan. So please, we applaud our volunteers. And also, this is the list of our partners and our co-designers with whom we collaborated to have this event. And of course, you as well, the participants. So thank you very much for the participants. And last but not least, this is the most important slide. It's a white slide here. What are our needs? Please fill in the survey. And 2, please continue connecting, continue finding innovative solutions, and collaborating so we can reach security and peace. Done, on time. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent work, and indeed on time. And now we move seamlessly into our afternoon session, again moderated by Nicolas Nigli, Deputy Secretary General of the Republican Canton of Geneva, and I have the opportunity to put on a different hat and join the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Audrey, and thanks for being back after this lunch break. I'll invite our panelists to get more into the center here, and while they are moving chairs, we ask them to move, you know, not just in their minds, but physically. I'll just introduce very quickly what this panel is about, or certainly what my interpretation is of what this panel is about. And to do that, I'd like to get back exactly 105 years. 105 years ago, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said something fairly relevant. There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades do happen. It seems we are exactly in such a week. In just a matter of a few days, it seems that masks have been replaced by helmets in people's minds and on quite a few people's heads. But while this has happened, another piece of news has emerged. We have seen once again, thanks to our colleagues from IPCC, that the world is indeed facing other existential threats. And on this front, climate crisis and biodiversity loss, I'm afraid it's going to be even harder to reach a ceasefire. So what do we do about this? This is the subject of this very panel. What can Geneva do? How can we serve the world in the context of nature and biodiversity finance? This is really zooming out from just water. And to discuss this, to discuss concretely what the strategic and tactical dimensions are we need to focus on, we have 4 wonderful panelists. I would like to start with the ladies, as always, and the one who has the most merit here is really Audrey. Audrey, you presented ARTA before. You're the director of the ARTA network, but your merit is indeed the strongest because you've been asked to join this panel sort of at a very late stage. And again, it just shows your agility and impressive capacity to just, you know, get from one thing to the next. So thank you so much for being with us. Then I have Marie-Laure Schaufelberger here from PICTE, the ESG group head. She has been sort of warned a bit ahead of time that she would be on this panel, but she is going to be equally impressive here. Thank you so much, Marie-Laure, for being with us today. And then I have to go to seniority, to wisdom, and obviously, Mark, you're next. You're next. Mark, I just introduced you this morning, so I don't need to add to what I already said. And then obviously we have Fabio Sofia, the chairman or the president. I don't quite know what the real title is of SFG, Sustainable Finance Geneva, and the co-founder of Zebra Ventures SA, a firm which I think is certainly not thinking just in black and white, quite clearly the opposite, despite the name. So these are the people who are going to express themselves. I do move my own chair. I'm showing a bit of microphone. I'm showing my physical agility as well, and without further ado, I'd like to sort of get you a bit of a feeling for what this panel is going to be about. I mean, I don't want these ladies and gentlemen to just sort of, give an answer, each of them, and then we go to the next question. They have the right to challenge each other and to ask follow-up questions. So we will make this an entertaining session. You just had lunch, so you need to be kept awake and on your toes. So that's what I intend to do. So that's how it's going to be working. It's going to be very interactive. So that's the first thing.
Can we challenge the moderator?
I think if the rules are applying to everybody, so you can definitely, and I would welcome being challenged, certainly on everything you want me to challenge. Here we go. So that's the first thing. Second, key issues to be explored, and I'll here just ask 4 questions which I'll then individualize, obviously, which are going to be what we will focus on this afternoon. First question: why nature is both a key market challenge, we spoke about this, the risk this morning, but also an increasingly important opportunity which we need, in my opinion, to seize, but they might disagree, let's see. How to accelerate, if possible, the change of paradigm which needs to happen in order to make nature material in financial decision making, and what's happening if we don't do that. Third, how concretely can we position Geneva? It seems that's going to be a strong theme in this session. How can we position this ecosystem, a specific ecosystem, to lead on nature and biodiversity finance, and where is the competition going to come from? I think we need to have a bit of an assessment of who does what in the world. And then we have that remarkable array of skills and expertise in this field in Geneva. But is that really going to be enough to get it done? In other terms, what is missing to get us going? And since we spoke about Geneva, let me make an exception to the rule once in my life that it should be always ladies first, because Fabio Sofia, you're the president of SFG, Sustainable Finance Geneva, so I'd like you to open. Because you have that Geneva perspective. SFG, Sustainable Finance Geneva, has had this has been a trailblazing association regrouping the various sustainable and impact finance actors in Geneva. You've seen, and we have seen, the two of us, the last 5 years, sustainable finance growing spectacularly and moving from niche to mainstream. Do you see the same potential for nature and biodiversity finance? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicolas. So yes, of course, I see a huge potential, but I have to maybe go back a little bit to history, because Switzerland has been a pioneer in what we call initially microfinance, then it has become impact investing, but it was very much on social and economic development, so development finance. And so we could position Switzerland in the map. Nowadays, it's 1/3 of the assets managed worldwide are managed from Switzerland. So there's definitely an expertise in the region. And when SFG was created in 2008, naturally these actors like Symbiotics sponsoring the event, Blue Orchard Responsibility, were all a major player already in the past, and progressively we've seen the green finance coming into the scene, and not what we see with nature now. It englobes a larger spectrum of activities, and that's where I see a lot of opportunities to base our future on what we've been doing and our expertise, but to move out in new sectors. And the combination of expertise in the social development can also be done in the let's say, nature-based solution. Now, on my perspective, because I come from the microfinance scene, and I've seen the taglines coming and going, and when we started Symbiotics, we were talking about microcredit, and then it became microfinance, and suddenly from the US we heard about impact investing. So it's nice words, and it's very useful to use them because you can market them with power, I would say. And now nature finance is this new kind of tagline that is very useful to go out of the pure energy producer or energy infrastructure that leads a lot of the green finance. And nature-based solutions or nature finance has the potential to showcase a lot of the innovation that are requested now to accelerate the transition into something new. So it's not about helping NGOs only. I would say it's not only about like small things. It's about big technological movements that are requested on the transformation of food systems, on health issues, on a lot of things. So it's really about this.
Thank you so much, Fabio, for this opening statement. Working together, using words, but transforming words into action. These are really key issues, and that leads me to Marie-Laure. Marie-Laure, Fabio spoke about moving beyond the words and how we can market these issues. You're representing a very significant actor in the Geneva ecosystem, but also way beyond Geneva. Pictet, as others, key financial actors, are now communicating, indeed, very proactively on your ESG credentials, and I guess that's a lot of it is literally in your hands. Are you happy with the pace of progress, and what should the bank do to confirm that it is indeed all in on sustainability? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nicolas. I think when we work in sustainability, we're never happy with the pace of progress because we always think it's too slow and that we should be going faster. But I have to say I've been in the space of sustainability and responsible investing for 15 years, and the pace of change has really accelerated in the kind of last, I would say even 3 years, right? And we've seen a lot more actors, as you say, communicate. And that's because the system is in the midst of a transition, and finance is not immune to that. And finance now has to show how it is contributing and supporting that transition. And what's really helping us with this increased transparency, right? You said we communicate, but actually the whole system is communicating more, is the regulators also getting involved in this, right? So we're seeing the Europeans coming in very strongly with their SFDR, with their green taxonomy. And so even if actors were communicating before, but not necessarily as well as they could have been, this is being structured. And those that weren't communicating are now being forced to kind of, push and be more transparent. And what's really challenging in this particular time is that because there are no common standards, right? But we are being we're requesting more transparency. You have this risk of having over-communication on some areas, under-communication in others, and we need to get to a baseline where we can agree on common metrics that are material and that are helpful to investors to actually redirect capital. And this is where I'd say what's really important to remember is, as financial institutions, what is our role, right, in all of this? It's to support the transition to a low-carbon, nature-positive, real economy, right? Because we invest in the economy, and our role will be to support that transition. And so the way that we look at it is really, there's different ways we can do that, right? The first way is redirecting capital, right? So this is something we've done. This is an Innovate for Water event. Already 22 years ago, we invested in water through listed equities, right? And created this water strategy, which went beyond geographies, beyond sectors, looking at a specific theme and looking at getting water from A to B in the best quality, best quantity possible. But this is not enough, right? We know that to have systemic change, you need to actually have change across the system. And so then we started to pull out what we had learned in this investing in water and said, actually, there's very material questions around water, for example, but you could say this about climate or other nature-related issues, and say, well, how can we actually learn from this and shift other companies in global portfolios towards a better state around water? But you can do this around climate as well. And it's really interesting because actually if you look at textiles, right, if you look at food and beverage, if you look at mining, right, all of these semiconductors, right, these are all companies you would find in global portfolios across many different strategies. None of them or many of them are not actually investable in our water fund. But you can then look at where the risks are in the system and start to get those systems to shift. Or those companies and those institutions to shift. And I think that is so important. People forget, right? We always think about channeling capital to those that are already green. That's also the easy thing to do because then you're invested in companies that are, well, not controversial, but actually where we need the most focus today, I would argue, and where investors can make the biggest change is actually in shifting that 80-90% of the system that is not yet low carbon, that is not yet, taking into account water risk, for example, that is not yet nature, really even taking nature into account. And that's where I think building bridges is so important because this is something you cannot do alone in your corner, right? PICTE cannot sit there and come up with its own way of engaging with water companies with our own approach. We have part of the solution, but in fact, we need to be engaging with NGOs, we need to be engaging with other private companies, we need to be leveraging other stakeholders, other investors around specific issues. And I think this is where a lot of companies are having trouble because you have to go beyond your own industry view. And I don't think this is only true in finance. I think our big challenge today, beyond finance, but also is really how do we actually talk to each other around focused themes that need to move.
And that's exactly why we need movements such as building bridges and the capacity to really exchange and catalyze beyond our own stakeholder groups. And that's where Geneva indeed could play a very significant role. Thank you so much, Marie-Laure, for this. So Geneva, yes, we seem to be on the move, but I think it's always really good to have a reality check. And to do that, Mark, I'd love you to sort of speak a bit about what the rest of the world does, because you remain a senior advisor for this global network of financial centers for sustainability, FC4S, which we have brought to Geneva. Is the glass half full? What's the competition, and are we ahead of the game or not? What's the picture, Mark? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nicolas. Let me start with something that Simon Zadek said in his keynote at noon today, and that is that we're at a watershed moment. We all know that we've been building towards a greater interest in nature finance, that there are more and more actors sort of piling into the space. There's a lot of innovation. I think the pitches this morning just showed over what an incredible range innovation and entrepreneurship is taking place. So this is a field that's really beginning to move fast. But what Simon said is that it's a watershed moment. So if it's a watershed moment, we need to be very, very clear about the choices that we're going to make. And so I think Geneva, in terms of sustainable finance, so drank the Kool-Aid a few years ago, and building bridges is the best example of that. And the particularity of building bridges is that it brings together all of the different actors in this ecosystem. In Geneva, more widely in Switzerland. And its starting point is just what Marie-Laure said. You can't do this just by individual actors sharing information and doing things in their own corners. It's got to come together. Now, my sense is that it has to come together a lot more than it already has, right? So let me be critical for a moment. I don't think there's any reason for Geneva or for us or those in this room to be self-satisfied. We're doing great stuff. We're doing interesting things. We're innovating. Things are moving. We're contributing to that movement. But the prize is really still way out there. And I think my personal view, and this, I'll come back to your question about what others are doing, but my personal view is that Geneva is uniquely placed to take a strong competitive position in nature finance. Partly because it's new and nobody else has seized that one. We still have time to make this a Geneva thing. But partly also because, unlike other financial centers, Geneva's got this incredible range of international talent and experience. It's got the UN agencies, it's got the World Economic Forum, it's got WBCSD, it has CERN, it has lots and lots of NGOs, ISD, many that we heard from today. And the question is this: how do you bring them together in a kind of configuration that will enable them to contribute their piece and for the whole thing to be considerably greater than the sum of the parts? And I think that's still the challenge out there. We haven't figured out how to do it. Pictet has got investment in nature and water and oceans. They've got a whole range of products that are out there. Fantastic. But how do we take that and put it together in a way that builds on Geneva's advantage, that gives Geneva a kind of competitive edge in what Simon described as new and emerging nature markets, and build on that so that Geneva becomes the place that you turn to if you want to come to grips with the challenges and opportunities of nature finance. Now, I represent also the International Network of Financial Centers for Sustainability. There's 39 financial centers around the world that have committed to speeding up the sustainable finance transition. And I can tell you that the interest in nature finance, biodiversity finance, is absolutely enormous. We've just published a paper for them on the challenges and opportunities in this space. We're going to be doing a series of webinars. But they are, frankly, still behind where we are in Geneva. We're a little bit ahead. You always say, teachers always say that the important thing in teaching is to be one chapter ahead of the class in the textbook. Well, we're one chapter ahead, but not much more.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think that's probably one of I thought at the very beginning of your take that we would essentially be, for the first time in history, disagreeing on something, because you spoke about the fact that we still had time. And I think we are running out of time. Yeah, exactly. So a short amount of time. We still have a short amount of time to position and to make a difference, because we are all running out of time. We need to move now. These things are taking time to essentially then get into effect, to produce results. And again, having worked at the multilateral level, having been abroad in other, active in other significant financial centers in earlier parts of my life, I know how quickly the competition is moving. So yes, we might still be a bit ahead of time, but I think we don't have so much time left. Let me now come to Audrey, because I think there is a very important point we need to address here. We speak about engagement and how actors are indeed positioning on this. How can we verify what they are indeed doing? Marie-Laure, you spoke about transparency, and I totally agree with you. There is a verification element, a dimension of looking really truly at what the effects are, what we call the positive externalities that we are creating. What can we do in this sphere? That's where ARTA seems to be very active. We've talked about that many times. How do you see this moving forward, and what can innovation really contribute in this context? Audrey, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicolas. Everyone has raised such critically important points, and I think it speaks to the gift of being an operating fund or entity or vehicle here, specifically in Geneva, the place of dialogue and finance and breathtaking nature and natural landscape. I think to get to the heart of your question, it's really about informing, what it means to be. Well, we have to redefine what it means to be a Genevois, kind of, in terms of our roles as financiers, how we do this work, how we do the due diligence. I mean, what you ask informs what you receive as a response. And so, first and foremost, I'm not sure that I can speak as clearly to verification, but I can certainly speak to, the framing of the appraisal and diligence exercise that investors integrate into their everyday. When we leave these wonderful conferences in the halls, where we all agree on collaboration and we all agree on the importance of transparency and visibility, how do we actually change the tools and I don't know, the way we email? I'm not sure. How do we actually integrate different types of frameworks and gestalt into how we're appraising the various opportunities before us? And I think there's something to be said for integrating what's well established out there as the framing of what does a nature base mean for an investment professional? What questions must we integrate into our due diligence process? How does that then inform the way that we as investors are looking at things like timelines, how patient we are, liquidity preference, the way that we handle debt in a business? It struck me, it's so astounding, the work that Mark was talking about in terms of speaking to the Chinese about, them integrating certain climate and other kind of positive performance behavior parameters in exchange for like debt forgiveness. Why shouldn't impact investors, when they're coming to the negotiation table, looking at a business who's, providing some sort of incredible mechanism for preserving nature, or for coming up with something that is zero carbon, why shouldn't we integrate the same logic into some of the negotiation we do at tables, even in private equity? So it makes me think about some of these aspects of, the tools that we have at our disposal. Again, the appraisal lens that we use, and then how it is that we think we've actually done a good job at the end of the day. And I'm not really answering the question so much as posing you more questions, Nicolas. But we're supposed to debate you, right?
I think that's exactly what's expected here. Marie-Laure, you wanted to react to that?
No, I'm thinking about the questions we ask, right? Yeah. And the honest conversation we have about these questions, because if we think of this horrible situation we're going through right now with Russia and Ukraine, right? If 15, 20 years ago, the Europeans, as Europeans, we had asked ourselves the question of what was the relative cost over the long term of diversifying our energy grid instead of going to the cheapest provider of energy out there, of the consequences of funding some of the world's most autocratic regimes, pumping money into them over the last decades because it was cheaper to do so than to have an honest conversation about diversifying our grids, where would we be today? And this is at a sovereign level. And so the responsibility, I feel really strongly about this, as you can probably hear, but I think we are all responsible. There is a tendency in our market today to kind of try and finger point, it's finance's fault, it's big companies, multinationals' fault, it's the government's fault. We are all responsible. And we need to look at the positive externalities of what we do, but we need to also have a very honest conversation and lens on the negative externalities of what we're doing as businesses and as human beings. And that's where I think regulation can help. I think this is where these conversations and building bridges helps. I had to respond to that because I think it's exactly what you're saying, and it's a lens that needs to happen in investment, certainly, but beyond as well. Sorry. I'll get off this.
First of all, you shouldn't be sorry. That's exactly what the spirit of this panel is, and that's exactly the sort of conversation we need to have. We need to be honest, and I think we need to show not just a cold-blooded kind of analysis. We have to show our passion, a certain degree of passion for what we are doing. Fabio, your non-verbal communication is pretty clear.
You're getting your panel.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what I want. Fabio, you go in.
I just want to compliment, because I think still today there are a lot of people thinking that sustainable finance or the integration of ESG is bullshit or doesn't mean much, right? And I think there's still a lot of people. But what has changed is that more and more people are integrating these factors, thinking that it can reduce the risks. And that drives them into a new perspective from short-termism to longer-termism. And that's a move. And now regulation is imposing to think about this. So I think the consideration of risk was the first slow revolution that has happened in finance and is still happening. But there's a second one, I think, for me that is key, and I've seen this coming from this development finance, is 2015. Paris Agreement and the notion of emergency. And that has a direct impact on your feelings or on your emotion, your fear, etc. And that has changed a lot. And this consideration of emergency has changed something that is very important in impact investing, is the commitment. You need to understand the risk, and then you need to commit to something. And that commitment is changing a lot. And we can see this with the next generation, the new generation, let's say the youth. You can see that is moving, and you see the bankers now are asking for more because the clients are asking for more. It's like a puzzle of things where people were spread, and now they are going into together. Maybe there's a last thing I want to say also on Switzerland, and what I see today. Is that we see that it's not the problem of finance, it's the problem of everyone, civil society, but also the multinationals. And you can see today, especially in Switzerland, there is a growing notion of the Swiss Valley on everything related to food. Because Nestlé, Givaudan, Firmenich are not only pushing into innovation, but also talking together. They've created labs that are talking to EPFL. In Zurich, the ETH is probably the largest incubator in that field in the world. So that means that there's a common sense that Switzerland can interact, collaborate, bridge, and raise the ecosystem power that we have today. And this is very important, and that comes, I think, more from this feeling of emergency than anything else.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Mark. Your non-verbal language is pretty clear too, so you have the word.
Yeah, I was invited to butt in if needed, so let me do that. I mean, there's been this incredible evolution in nature finance that's tracked, of course, and come a bit later than the general interest in sustainable finance. But it started with how do we get more money into conservation priorities or nature priorities. And then it went into, well, there are lots of elements that need to come into place before nature finance can become a mainstream thing. And now we're at the point where, in fact, there's an extraordinarily positive opportunity because there are emerging nature markets and there are incredible opportunities to invest, shape them, and then invest in them. So what we want to do, I think, our common challenge here is to say, how can we in the Geneva ecosystem get through that transition as quickly as possible so that we are taking advantage of the extraordinary opportunities out there? I think the pictures before lunch demonstrated across what a wide spectrum innovation is taking place. I mean, this is a new field. You ask why it hasn't gone farther than it has. My answer is that it's still unfamiliar. It's new. It's you know, we were dealing with microfinance years ago. We had to learn the business, and then the business became mainstream. We're learning the business when it comes to nature finance, but we don't have a lot of time. My point, though, is that I think that we are in a unique situation here in that Geneva and no other place that I can think of on this earth has the different pieces that, if we put them together cleverly, can really make Geneva a leader in this space. And I think there are three things that we need broadly. One is we need to network. We need to work together. So the Geneva ecosystem, building bridges, community, all of this has to get stronger and tighter and communicate more and work together more, because that is the absolute foundation. We need continued content creation. We don't have answers on all these things. So when it comes to data, there are gaps. When it comes to taxonomy, there are gaps. When it comes to standards, they're not broadly accepted yet. So we have to continue in this sort of content creation mode, which I think we can do here. But thirdly, and I think this is probably the most important piece, we need to take this into the market. We need to turn this into services for investors who want to go in this direction, to answers, to approaches, to partnerships that will take this whole thing forward and help shape the markets that we want to play into. So I think if you take those three together and imagine how Geneva could address those three in a coordinated fashion, I think this is an opportunity that, working with 39 financial centers around the world, I don't see anybody else competing in it, and particularly not ones like London that are so prominent.
Thank you so much, Mark. Your take leads me back to Fabio quickly. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'd like to revert back to building bridges. Sustainable Finance Geneva has been our coordinator. We have been so many stakeholders involved in creating building bridges. You have been kindly coordinating our efforts. Thank you so much for that. You and obviously the whole team, which is doing an amazing job on this. What are the ingredients that are still missing to get to the next stage? I mean, we are in the process of creating the 2022 edition to change the governance, but what are the sort of key things? If I would give you a magic stick, a bit like Harry Potter, what would you add?
So okay, thank you. It reminds me something that in my experience in microfinance, I remember it took me 10 years to go from a nice idea that everyone was saying, that's great, amazing what you're doing, you're traveling, you go and push capital where it needs to. But the connection between the reality of asset managers and the project was not there. And so first of all, we had to convince the asset manager that the risk was not as high as this thought. And it took us 10 years to show that the track record actually was so good. After 10 years, there's certainly an argument to invest. And now we can't wait. So we need to understand the reality of asset manager, because I don't know any asset manager that says, I don't want to do sustainable finance, I don't want to invest in nature. Everyone would love to do that. But there's a reality of scale, there's a reality of risk, there's a reality of many different things. So I think we need rapidly to better understand and to connect and to showcase what can happen. And I think that's I would say one of the big objectives for next Build and Bridges, because the momentum is so good that bankers are willing now to change their framework of analysis to accelerate the transition. And there's a lot of concentration into listed assets on markets that provides liquidity. Because an asset manager tells you, my clients want liquidity, I can't invest 10 years in something I don't know the risk, and I don't know if I'm going to see my money. And that's 90% of the money now, and especially with private banks. So there's a lot of education, of discussion to find the right framework. And that I come back to the expertise of Switzerland, where we've been working in so-called blended finance or mechanism where you can reduce the risk and work a little bit with the different risk appetites. And that's definitely a solution. So if I could hope for something is that everyone takes the time to better understand each other, because we all need to go fast in a solution, and that's why we need everyone around the table.
Thank you so much, Fabio. Before coming back to Audrey to talk about one new solution which is emerging here in Geneva as well, I'd like to just rebound on what you said, Fabio, in terms of what's happening within the ecosystem and in banks. And you spoke about education. I think the jobs are changing truly in banks, Marie-Laure. My question to you is going to be a fairly direct one. Apologies for that, but could nature and biodiversity finance become a major topic for Pictet in the future? And if yes, which practical resistances or challenges do you anticipate you need to solve? Because I think that's really what, to a certain extent, I can interpret from what Fabio said.
I think I was itching to come in after you, and you said a lot of what I wanted to go in, but it's okay. No, but it's perfect. It's this. You mentioned this third point, right? We need to create markets, right? We need to have the solutions in the market, but those solutions will be born from what you were saying, which is awareness. There's very few people out there that will tell you, I don't want to do nature positive, like low carbon investing, right? The problem is, this is new language for a lot of people. The people in this room, the sustainability professionals, this is kind of our day-to-day, right? The majority of asset managers, this is not their language. They just don't have the understanding, the knowledge. We need to bring that knowledge in a way that is very practical for them. And I think this is the biggest challenge. You mentioned listed equities. My biggest challenge, I think, over the next decade is how do we get to the same level of capital redirection we have in thematic strategies, liquid markets, water, clean energy, global environmental opportunities. We have over 50 billion invested in listed markets. How do we get that across other asset classes, fixed income, private markets, across the real estate as we transition our built environment into 2050? And we need new modes of financing, new infrastructure, and that will only emerge from different types of people talking to the financial industry, also within their lingo, right? And so we need to build those language bridges as well. And so that is the challenge, Nicola, is really this education piece, and not just like a bunch of convinced people talking to each other about how all of this is great. Because I don't know how many bankers there are in this room. How many bankers are in this room? Raise your hands. Hola. Okay. Yeah, so investment professionals, one, right? So how do we bring these topics into mainstream investment professionals beyond, I need to take into account climate, because if I don't, take into account the physical risk of this asset I'm invested in 30 years, it's going to be a problem because it's sitting in Miami, right? So we need to go beyond that.
And it requires conversations that are going on yearly, like week in, week out. Not just once a year.
Continuously.
Once a year in building bridges,
really,
right?
And people that are able to speak both sides, right?
Exactly.
And I think this is where Geneva has such a role to play, because we have so many of these different actors concentrated in a really small kind of it's a really small international city.
Yeah.
It's very, very good.
Facilitation.
I interrupt you, but I just have an anecdote that is interesting. My new project is about investing in nature-based companies or startups. So it's about risk. They don't like risk, the bankers, right? And the one investing into this are venture capitalists, so people that are, a bit cowboys. They take the risk and they are engaged in their investments, etc. So when you go to your colleagues and see bankers, they say, "Ooh, I would love, but I can't. I mean, no one will accept that risk." And when I say, "Yeah, but it's about impact. It's about changing. It's about nature, etc." And suddenly, okay. So because of that reason, I'm interested to listen to you. And that's a real example. I had them a few weeks ago. Bankers in a bank. Not yours, telling me, look, my clients are interested, we would love to do that, but our gatekeeper will never allow me or you to come and be in the list of promoted funds by the bank. But as we want things to change, I'll put you in contact with my biggest clients, because if they invest without our advisory, they will show that actually that's a good example. So I say this because I think this notion of emergency is changing now, and people are willing now to change, and the puzzle is almost ready to be
assembled.
Yeah, exactly.
What's fascinating here is around this whole conversation of risk taking. To me, at least, certainly is we are in a period where the world is changing extremely fast, and to me, perhaps the biggest risk is not to take enough of a risk, because we can't just go on with the way we have been going on, and so we need that acceleration. I know you want to all talk, but first I need to. Go.
Audrey, and then I want to challenge you.
Audrey, we are in a democracy here. Audrey has spoken less than the others. Audrey, why don't you just give a micro pitch on Equity for Humanity, a project you have been following closely and which is emerging in Geneva and which is really focusing on sort of the dynamics change here. We need to paradigm shifts that need to happen, Audrey.
And this is, so Equity for Humanity is a concept and project that many of us here in Geneva follow and know, and any questions come back to us and we can share more. Everything that's been said here it resonates deeply. The issue is that in our existing market, as we are formulated, everybody is in it for themselves. I totally agree on having standardized vocabulary. I'm a big fan, obviously, of standardizing the diligence methods and having benchmarks on what's an appropriate premium and what's an appropriate upside level, and how do you value a business properly if it is indeed an intervention that has some sort of positive externality in a nature context. All wonderful, but I'm not sure that the response and the vocab, the response to the emergency context that you referred to, Fabio, and the vocabulary is enough. I don't know how many of you guys saw Don't Look Up, the documentary, right? Biggest emergency in the world, and there are some people who choose not to see it because it's not in their interest and they're manipulated. So all this to say, where does Equity for Humanity come in? It is a structural reconfiguration, an opportunity to realign stakeholders, even if it's in temporary structures. It could be literally like virtual temporary SPVs for periods of 2 years, 5 years, it doesn't matter. If we have a shared mission and there's 65 of us looking at, a particular type of sanitation intervention in Eastern India, why can we not all be on the same cap table and align our efforts and benefit from the same upside and kill the silos that way? The only way is if we transcend the current structures of competition, which is the double-edged sword, the agony and the ecstasy of capitalism, and figure out how to align and manage these issues of price and cost in that way. This is the concept behind, essentially, in very high-level terms, Equity for Humanity. Can we not create these structures that allow for the feedback loops that are intrinsic to the system to tell us what should get a good valuation? We sit there independently in our vacuums and do company valuations of interventions that are supposedly high impact without asking the people who are being impacted. And we ask them, but we believe what the entrepreneurs tell us and we don't validate. There's so many challenges and problems, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'll stop there. Thank you, Nicolas.
Thank you so much, Audrey. I don't quite know how am I going to handle the three of you, and that's exactly what I wanted. But we have about 4 minutes, 40 seconds. So, Mark,
I'll make
go,
a very quick point.
Because Marie-Laure agreed to have you for going first.
A quick point. There's an American expression that says, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. I think we need to set a very high ambition level and then figure out how we build a pathway towards it. So my high ambition level is that within a few years, investing in a way that undermines nature will be treated the way we treat child labor in companies today, or slave labor. It'll simply become unacceptable, because there's a new social norm that's in place that simply doesn't accept that our planet is undermined to make money. But we've been talking all about private sector activity here, and there's a big public sector piece here, and it's not just blended finance. I know you work for the Canton of Geneva. I know that you're not here in your capacity as a representative of the canton. But, this is going to happen if the public sector gets solidly behind it. If the Canton of Geneva, the city of Geneva, we have a former mayor of Geneva sitting in the audience you'll hear from later, the Confederation as part of the strategy to promote international Geneva, this all has to come into place so that the rest can also gel. And I would like to ask you, where do you think the public sector authorities are on this agenda? Are they behind it? Are they about to get behind it? Because if they're not, then I think we have a problem.
I think, again, I cannot speak for the minister, my minister, but from what I heard and from what you heard, because after all she's been here yesterday evening, I think there is a very significant support for this direction of travel. And what encourages me fundamentally is that I see a very strong alignment when I speak with other people in the public sector. We've spoken a lot about how to create leverage here, essentially. The problems are exponential, a lot of them are exponential, and our responses to a certain extent have been logarithmic. That's the issue we have to face. And the public sector has a capacity to really lean in and to make a big difference if it acts on a few key levers. We spoke just before this morning in the pitches about green and social public procurement. Public procurement, 15 to 25% of GDP in every country. Think about what it means if there is a very clear commitment for every tender to ask for anybody who wants to get into this competition, to get that contract, to be ESG compliant with very clear criteria attached. This is making a very big difference. Same thing with green and social bonds, for instance. Geneva has been leading the way here in Switzerland, and there have to be more conversations around that. So again, at the end of the day, my conviction personally is that the problem is by far too important to be solved by any stakeholder alone. This is not going to be solved only by the governments. It's not only going to be solved by the private sector. We will have to truly, as I said this morning, do these PPP squared, public-private partnerships for planet, people, and prosperity. We need the 6 Ps in there. That's in my opinion, the way forward. And as you said, Mark, if one of the stakeholder is missing at the table, I think we're going to fall short. So that's my very short answer. You wanted to add something, and then Fabio, perhaps if you feel you need to add another 20 seconds, you can get the floor back.
And I'm going
to get into trouble with the organizers, but hey, that's life.
No, very quickly, I wanted to jump off one of the things that you said, Audrey. I think incentives matter enormously, right? Incentives make the world go round. They make banks go round. They make companies go round. And incentives today are designed for the short term. Because people, and in fact, when people are trying to get more money today, it's usually thinking about retirement, right? Because they don't want to be in trouble 20 years down the line when they're no longer useful to society working, right? So I think incentives are massively important. I think building bridges should actually be tackling difficult topics like governance and incentives very specifically throughout the system. And the incentives of collaboration, the incentives of valuing things properly. Water is one example, but there are many other things on the human side as well, which we often neglect and where Geneva is very strong. And so incentives are also absolutely key.
Thank you so much. Fabio, what you
What's
wanted to
question?
react on something before? So yeah,
What's the
don't
question?
tell me you forgot.
Well, I think we need more of this type of exercise, and because we need to showcase that discussion can happen and lead to something concrete. And that's why we need to interact. And I think, yeah, it would be good to have the bankers and to understand why or how we can attract them. And I think that's one of the challenges at Building Bridges. It was initially to have the bankers on board, because otherwise it's a sterile type of discussion, right? Because the government say, yeah, we would like to have this, and the association, we don't have the support. So but where is the money? But we need to understand the money, right? And asset managers need to be in the room when we discuss this, but we also need to understand how they allocate their money and what's the problem if they can't allocate, etc. So
the asset owners, right?
And the asset
actually
owners,
are the ultimate
yeah.
owners of capital.
Yeah, and one big piece this year, the asset owner have much more room to invest into more risk, but they don't take it yet. So that's a big question. Why? Why do you need to take more risk? Are you afraid of something? So we need to put pressure.
Incentives,
yeah.
No, but it's incentives. Well, and it's
Yeah.
also how they're regulated, the asset owners as well, like how they're incentivized to take risk or not, right? On behalf of all of us for our pension funds. These are all incentives baked into the system. I mean, capital is stuck, right, and not flowing.
Yeah, and just one thing. We have in Geneva big asset owners, les fonds de pension, CPEG, etc. They have a lot of money. So how can we put pressure? And it's a simple thing. We're almost all of you here are employees in Geneva. We have a vote We have a voting right. We can go there and ask them, what the hell are you doing?
We are the asset owners.
Exactly. No, but that's very important because we were discussing this at SFG. How can we mobilize the community? But the community is people.
Yeah.
Because we are actually part, even if it's that small, the asset owners. 1 second.
Yeah. Thank you. Audrey, 30 seconds for you to conclude, then Mark, and then we get going.
Actually,
You're done.
I'm done too.
All right.
I think this is the tip of the iceberg and an opportunity to enter into much more, detailed clinics to actually dissect and deconstruct what some of the incentives and structures and opportunities are here in Geneva. And Nicolas, that's the next the next time we convene, perhaps this is one of the things that we can do.
I don't want to summarize what's been expressed here. I don't think there is any need because everybody has been speaking incredibly clearly. And the whole thing indeed brings different pieces of the puzzle together. But what I'd like to say here is I think it's been a spectacular demonstration of what happens when you try to create collective intelligence. What I've heard here would not have happened if we would have had conversations with each of them bilaterally. Having all of us together here on the stage gave us the opportunity to go much further, and that's exactly what I wanted. What I want now from you is to offer them a huge round of applause because they have been brilliant. So that's it for us.
Nicolas, we'd like to thank you so much for being here. Your unique perspective and position and the intellectual kind of firepower that you bring to these discussions is really quite unparalleled. So on behalf of Innovate for Water and all the team, I'd like to thank you for being here to animate this conversation.
It's a pleasure and an honor. It's one of the first supporters of Innovate for Water 5 years ago.
Yeah. So thank you so much. That was an incredibly dynamic, vibrant, interesting conversation. However, we've promised Nicolas that we are finishing before 3:30 p.m. So I think if nothing else, we've understood how important this sort of culminating role is for Sustainable Finance Geneva. And in that spirit, I'd like to have the 2 to 3 minute video clip that's going to start in a moment. And we have Sandrine Salerno. Yeah, okay, perfect. Well, Sandrine is going to share with us her views and her perspectives that will round out our day. And then we'll have a very brief moment later on with a few members of the I4W team. Thank you.
Alors, bon, c'est bon, c'est pas bon du tout, mais ça va aller. Ok. Nice picture. Comme on est peu, d'abord, on va essayer un petit peu de terminer en beauté. Alors, je vais essayer un peu de vous warm up the room. Mon nom, c'est Sandrine Salerno. Je vais parler en français. Comme ça, comme vous êtes quand même beaucoup à parler en français, vous allez bien me comprendre. Et ceux qui ne parlent pas français, ils me verront après la pause and I will do it in English. Vous avez beaucoup entendu, en fait, dans ce panel, parler d'un network qui s'appelle Building Bridges, qui est une initiative. Et on allait lancer le film, mais en fait, je me suis dit que j'allais d'abord introduire, puis après, on va terminer avec le film, parce qu'à peu près tous les speakers, ils ont dit toutes les 2-3 minutes, Building Bridges, Building Bridges, Building Bridges. Donc, d'ailleurs, merci, ça a un peu chauffé la salle sur ce que c'est que Building Bridges, qui est une initiative SFG Sustainable Finance Geneva. C'est l'opérateur de cette conférence, mais c'est une conférence qui a des multi-stakeholders, pas uniquement SFG. C'est une plateforme qui est une plateforme, on l'a vu, avec différentes constituencies. Vous avez à la fois des des autorités fédérales, cantonales, communales, pas typiquement à Genève, ça va être la ville de Genève. Vous avez le secteur des banques, de la finance de manière générale. Vous avez les organisations non gouvernementales, les organisations internationales. Et l'idée du départ, c'était vraiment de dire ce que Marie-Laure a très bien traduit à un moment donné. On n'est malheureusement plus assez intelligent tout seul. Donc, si on veut trouver des solutions, et vous avez passé 2 jours à exposer vos projets, vos propositions, qui sont autant de solutions sur un segment qui est l'eau dans sa variété, alors on doit mettre autour de la table différentes personnes qui ont des points de vue différents sur une même problématique et faire en sorte de créer un langage commun qui permet, parce qu'on est plusieurs autour de la table et qu'on est toujours plus intelligent à plusieurs, de trouver des solutions. C'est ce que vous avez fait durant 2 jours ici dans les locaux de l'affaire. Nous, on le fait à un autre niveau et c'est aussi une expérience. Donc là, début octobre, on aura la 3e édition de Building Bridges. Ça aura lieu au CICG, qui est à Varambé, du 3 au 6 octobre. Ce n'est pas du tout une conférence des personnes de la finance pour les personnes de la finance. C'est mettre au cœur de la discussion la finance et de voir comment on réussit à faire en sorte que la finance, elle serve les intérêts de l'humanité, que la finance, elle tienne compte pas uniquement du rendement financier d'un produit, mais qu'elle tienne compte d'enjeux sociaux, d'enjeux environnementaux, qu'elle évolue. On l'a dit dans le panel précédent, la finance, comme nous tous d'ailleurs, elle prend du temps à évoluer parce qu'on a tous notre zone de confort, parce qu'on a tous nos habitudes et que de sortir de ça, ça prend beaucoup de temps. Et qu'en même temps, on a quand même un agenda collectif qui fait que si on veut préserver ce qui nous reste de planète, de ressources naturelles, il nous faut être imaginatif, inventif, collaboratif. Et il nous faut quand même aller relativement vite. Alors, on a créé en 2019 une plateforme, une initiative qui s'appelle Building Bridges, qui est aussi en train de grandir, donc qui a vraiment dans son cœur les enjeux financiers, sociaux, environnementaux, mais qui inclut de plus en plus d'autres partenaires et notamment le monde de l'économie réelle, les personnes comme vous qui êtes des créateurs d'entreprises, de solutions qui doivent aussi faire partie de ce mouvement. Donc je vous invite à vous tenir au courant. Il y a un site Building Bridges que vous trouvez facilement. Il y a un lieu, ça sera le CICG. Il y a une date, c'est du 4 au 6 octobre, ça sera à Genève. C'est une conférence qui est à la fois suisse mais aussi internationale. Et puis peut-être du coup, je sais plus où, voilà, peut-être la fin de mon pitch sur cette initiative où vraiment je vous incite à suivre et puis à voir comment vous pouvez aussi avoir votre place parce que c'est, alors là, pour le coup, un espace où il y a peut-être plus de financiers dans la salle que d'entrepreneurs. Et ça sera bien d'avoir aussi un mélange. Et c'est pour ça qu'on travaille notamment avec des partenaires comme Impact Hub au 8e rang, que je salue. Je vais vous laisser peut-être avec le film qu'on a fait pour nos dernières conférences qui a eu lieu en novembre. Donc, un nom dont il faut vous souvenir, c'est Building Bridges. Et puis, je vous laisse avec le film parce que je pense qu'il synthétise bien le travail qu'on fait. Je me permets de saluer une personne que vous avez déjà vu hier et aussi ce matin, Kaylee Taylor, qui travaille aussi pour SFG et qui, avec moi, est la grande team que Fabio Sofia a autour de lui et qui a fait, avec plein d'autres collaborations, cette conférence qui a lieu à Genève et qui aura lieu en octobre du 4 au 6. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Je vous laisse avec le film.
For too long, our world and its inhabitants have been exploited for their value, while the true cost has been ignored. Now nature and humanity are in crisis. We have been stretched to breaking point. Our ecosystems are deteriorating. Our social inequalities are evident. Our vulnerabilities are exposed. Our planet needs a bailout. In our ever-shifting context, we must transform to survive. It is time to build a new paradigm, and finance is a key piece of the puzzle. It can be a force for good. Sustainable finance is more than ethical window dressing. It provides an opportunity to shape the future. We have the power to redirect capital to where it's needed most. We have the power to reshape incentives so they serve people and the planet. We have the power to shift from short-term thinking to long-term transformation. We will build new economic models that align with a sustainable and just society. And the transition is already underway. Sitting at the intersection of multiple domains, sustainable finance requires each of our unique perspectives and expertise. Governments, international organizations, NGOs, the UN, academia, business, the finance industry, entrepreneurs, and all of us as individuals. The complexity and scale of the challenge calls for synergy between us all. It is only together that we can meet our goal. Building Bridges is a movement founded on the belief that human collaboration creates solutions that hold immeasurable power for far-reaching impact. It is not just about one group or set of players. It is a forum for multiple voices to discuss and cooperate. The momentum we build here will carry us to our collective goal. We must be serious. We are not here for empty conversation or one-way dialogue. We are here today because we are committed to our collective vision. This is your call to action. We must hold ourselves accountable. We must be bold. We must ask tough questions to create real solutions and define the action we need for transformation. The world cannot wait, so we cannot hesitate. Let's build bridges.
Thank you for that incredibly evocative and inspiring clip. I think that was great. That was a perfect capstone to our day. I'd like to just conclude the events of our day with a brief input from Brieux Michou from Innovate for Water and Yvan Cadage from Aqua Valley. Please join me up here on stage for just a moment as we conclude, and we are committed to our 3:30 close.
Et je vais parler en français aussi, parce que je vais parler de deux événements qui vont suivre, en fait, qui vont se passer en français. Le prochain, vous en avez déjà entendu parler, ça se passe dans une petite heure à l'Impact Hub Geneva. Et c'est la projection d'un documentaire qu'on a tourné sur le Rhône pour mettre en avant des solutions et qui répondent à des enjeux sur le fleuve en Suisse. Donc il y a 3 épisodes d'une quinzaine de minutes, on va en montrer 2, les 2 qui se passent en Suisse et à la frontière. Et ce sera suivi par un petit apéro, donc venez nombreux, vous êtes bienvenus. Et le deuxième événement, et c'est ce pourquoi Yvan est avec moi sur scène, c'est le prochain Innovate for Water que Vincent a mentionné aussi tout à l'heure, qui aura lieu en Camargue, en Arles, le 17 mai, en partenariat avec Intent et avec Aqua Valley. Yvan, tu veux dire un petit mot ?
Écoutez, merci beaucoup Brieux, merci à Innovate for Water, à Intent. Je vais être bref parce que Aqua Valley a été présenté hier, donc il y a les replays de vidéos. Le tout, c'est qu'on a souhaité et on a proposé, on a discuté avec Intent et Innovate for Water, Waterpreneur, pour donner une dimension additionnelle à la place de marché, en proposant aux entreprises qui le souhaiteraient de venir exposer également leurs solutions. Donc donner une dimension réelle, complémentaire. On va aller toucher de la solution en plus de tous ces espaces qu'on a pu découvrir, enfin pour ma part aujourd'hui. Je trouvais le format très intéressant. Et je vous invite à venir en Arles, puisqu'on ne dit pas à Arles, mais on dit en Arles. C'est un peu les particularités de notre langue, pour venir non seulement profiter des écosystèmes, du croisement d'écosystèmes, aller découvrir de nouvelles opportunités, non pas de solutions, mais de comment financer, comment discuter un petit peu ces besoins qu'ont nos entrepreneurs au regard des impacts qu'on veut atteindre. Je voudrais transcrire ça dans une phrase qui est révélatrice de l'état d'esprit et de la situation dans laquelle sont un certain nombre de nos entreprises. Alors, je vais prendre l'image du bébé qui commence à apprendre à marcher. Et puis, je prends l'image du marathonien qui vient de finir son 10e marathon. Et entre les deux, on a besoin de gens pour les accompagner. Et aujourd'hui, on a des gaps de financing. On a des trous dans les raquettes et on a besoin de travailler pour aller justement du stade d'amorçage au stade de leverage. Mais on a besoin un petit peu d'accompagnement sur le développement et dans des niveaux qui aujourd'hui restent à travailler avec les acteurs de la finance, croiser nos éléments de risque. Parce que moi, quand on entend parler de risque, j'entends risque hydrologique, j'entends risque lié à l'eau, mais on a les risques, les externalités, puis on a les risques du milieu de la finance. Et tous ces risques, il faut pouvoir discuter ensemble avec le même vocabulaire pour être sûr que lorsque quelqu'un qui n'est pas de mon domaine va évaluer ma proposition de financement, on l'évalue avec le même regard. Et l'objectif, c'est d'aller vers également Build Bridge, c'est super beau parce que ça ramène systématiquement au niveau de l'eau et ça donne la continuité. On va aller en Arles, donc on va aller encore à la prochaine extrémité du Rhône pour aller augmenter un petit peu la taille du pont. Merci en tout cas.
Donc voilà, le troisième et dernier Innovate for Water de cette série Le long du Rhône en partenariat avec Intent qui se focalisera sur les solutions en Camargue et les enjeux liés à l'eau en Camargue. Merci à tous. Et puis on vous attend à Arles. Et puis avant ça, on vous attend en Arles. Et avant ça, du coup, à l'Impact Hub dans une petite heure. Audrey, les derniers mots sont pour toi.
Right, thank you. Thank you both so much for the look ahead. Two brief points on housekeeping. Please do add your names to the lists for the film, the documentary snippets that will be shown at the Impact Hub Geneva at 4:30. The lists are outside. And if you remember one thing, I ask you not to remember my name, Audrey. Remember the word survey. Survey. Please make the survey at the end of the day. It's very important that the team gets the feedback from the day's proceedings. Finally, and I think we're in good time, Nicolas, it's not yet 3:25, and I'm finishing by 3:25. I'd like to express my deep gratitude for the opportunity, the privilege of being among you and part of this community, and just being able to witness the commitment of this community, the tireless work of the network builders, the Impact Hubs and the Sustainable Finance Geneva and Innovate for Water, and the team. It's really tireless. And the fact that so many of us know one another, these familiar faces that keep showing up again and again, it really is something special. We have the groundwork and the foundations to do what we're envisaging and visioning today in these discussions. So it leaves me very hopeful. It reminds me of an Indigenous business conference that I attended in Halifax, Canada some years ago. And what struck me from the whole conference, I don't remember all that much, but I remember the opening prayer and the closing prayers of the conference, which honored the 7 generations that walked before us and the 7 generations that walk after us. It's that mindset that I think we need and that we all have. So I'm so grateful for being part of this. So thanks to the leadership of the team, Nicolas, Franck, Brieux, Georges, Vincent, Constantin, everybody, it's been a wonderful day. Day 2 has completed. We close with these words of gratitude and look forward to seeing you at the next events. Thank you.